How starstruck Donald Trump was. And he said he was a huge fan. I resisted the urge to do the Donald Trump impression of the way that he says the word huge. I will not do it, right?
Oh, go on, Patrick.
Huge. Huge sounds weird. But still, I was going to say...
Good morning. Sorry about that if we had a slight sound problem there. You're watching Breakfast here on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, mourners will have until 6:30 tomorrow morning to pay their final respects to the Queen in Westminster Hall before the coffin makes its way to Westminster Abbey for the state funeral.
And we've witnessed some very, very moving scenes, haven't we, in Westminster Hall just in the last 24 hours or so.
Well, people across the nation today are also going to be asked to hold a minute's silence. That's at 8 o'clock tonight to honour Queen Elizabeth.
And yesterday, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Sussex observed a 15-minute vigil for their late grandmother alongside her other grandchildren. And both princes were dressed in full military uniform as requested by the King.
Now, ahead of the funeral tomorrow, the Prime Minister will hold talks with the American President as well as other world leaders before heading to Buckingham Palace for a private audience with the King and the Queen.
And as ever, we would love to hear from you, as we always do. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Maybe you've got fond memories of the Queen. Maybe you've been in the queue. Maybe you would like to be in the queue. And maybe as you look at those amazing pictures from Westminster Hall of everybody paying their respects, maybe you've got a private reason that you want to just be still and remember yourself.
Keep your thoughts coming through. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Very moving last night. Did you see the grandchildren's vigil?
I did. I thought it was I thought interesting that both William and Harry were in Blues and Royals.
Yes.
Which was interesting. I thought that they both looked hugely dignified, and I think to see all the other grandchildren as well. Though I was surprised that even I've forgotten his name now.
James.
Yeah, with his medals.
Viscount. What the young boy, 14-year-old.
They do
James Viscount 7. That's Prince Edward and Sophie's son.
So they had medals on.
I didn't notice he was wearing medals.
Yes, but apparently it's because within their work, as it were, as members of the family, they do get medals for service to the Queen. But the girls didn't have anything out, and they didn't have any medals.
They didn't?
No. So I don't understand.
No, I don't
we'll get
that. We'll have to find
clarification on why that was.
Tell us why. But it was lovely to see Beatrice and Eugenie as well.
Yes,
and Lady Louise Windsor, who's, again, Edward and Sophie's daughter there. And actually, just recently, I think it was just before that vigil, Beatrice and Eugenie released on their Instagram page a lovely little tribute to their grandmother and a lovely picture of them, both when they were very small, with dogs, with the Queen. And it looked like anybody's living room family snapshot, you know. It was sort of like tea with Granny. And it was just lovely, absolutely lovely. She was very clearly adored on a family level by her children and grandchildren.
Which is interesting because over the years you often sort of wondered whether she was adored or feared in a sense because of that, you know, the whole matriarch thing. But clearly, once the doors were closed, she was just like anybody else, which is actually a very nice thing to know. But I did think it was very moving last night to see them all gathered together. I thought it was very nice to see the brothers together, I have to say. So, no, very good. Someone emailed in yesterday actually saying, will Harry keep his beard for this?
Is that a thing?
You're not meant to have a beard. No, when you've got uniform on.
Well, you are in the Navy, I presume, because everybody has a beard in the Navy.
Well, maybe. Don't know. But unless you have permission from the monarch. Now, he had permission from the Queen to wear his uniform with a beard when he got married. So...
right.
How
interesting.
So she didn't mind. Whether he would have had to get it again from his father, I don't know. But anyway, the Queen allowed it, so I guess King Charles wasn't going to change it.
Things that have to do with military
precision.
Protocol, yeah, my goodness. But it was lovely. And of course, most of the newspapers, certainly the tabloids, are going very, very big on the picture of William and Harry together, talking about being united and united in love and all the rest of it. Really beautiful pictures.
There's the sun, united we stand.
And you can only hope that that is true. It's a sentiment that we all hope.
I know there's been a lot of anger towards Harry, as we all know. I hope that passes. If he does the right thing now, I hope that passes. Got to forgive and forget, I think.
Well, we were talking yesterday, weren't we, to Lucy Beresford, the psychotherapist, and she was saying maybe this will have made a difference to the way Harry and Meghan are thinking about monarchy. You know, whatever they think their experiences were, this will show them that maybe there's something bigger than their own personal grievances. Who knows? But how could you not be moved by the scenes that we've seen of the family wanting to pay their respects in the harshest of ways, really, having to stand vigil over your loved one's coffin in front of everybody, in front of the nation, cannot have been easy for any of them, but they all wanted to do it and they did it.
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
Mighty impressive it was.
Well, of course, all this is building up to the funeral tomorrow morning in what is going to be the biggest state funeral and security operation ever held in the UK.
And you wonder whether it's one of the biggest in the world ever. Tens of millions of people are expected to watch the service worldwide.
Oh, billions.
Billions, yes, it really is. It's probably going to be the biggest ever live event ever on television, which is an amazing thought and a rather lovely tribute to the Queen.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk to the host of the Daily Express's Royal Roundup podcast, Pandora Forsyth, who joins us now for another little chat. Pandora, first, before we look at what we're expecting tomorrow, what about last night, do you think, and the grandchildren?
I mean, these pictures, obviously, they're on the front of all the papers today. We've never seen anything like it. And the grief is so public. And as you said, Anne, you know, right in front of the public in person, as well as virtually people tuning in to see this and see the family so united after a few years of people speculating over relationships in the family, etc. Putting all of this to the side, to respect their grandmother and obviously the night before their mother, you know, with our new king, our new prince and princess of Wales, you know, all of them coming together and putting their differences aside to show unity and respect really is quite something. And as you said, all in military uniform for Prince Harry and for the new Prince of Wales, Prince William. It really is quite something, and we will never see this again within our lifetime.
We won't see it again in many people's lifetimes, actually, probably, will we? It's absolutely astonishing. And everybody, again, is talking about the way that the Queen is having this amazing effect still from the grave, as it were, almost, in uniting people. We've seen people making friends in the queue. We've seen people supporting each other. We've seen people in the queue, for instance, going past the coffin in Westminster Hall, who are obviously families, some with very young children. We've seen people come from all over the world. She is still having this amazing unifying effect.
Quite literally, she is. She's got the family together, which, you know, we didn't think would be happening, did we, at all? I mean, I remember coming onto your show, only a couple of months ago to speculate whether they would be coming together again. But look, I mean, they have all come together, and she would be so proud, I'm sure, of them all coming together. And also the fact that they are so publicly grieving, but also at the same time, you know, very much getting on with the work that they need to do. The new king, for instance, yesterday, having a reception, you know, with heads of state all around the world and other members of the royal family also being there. I mean, they really have come together also on the walkabout, obviously the new king, and then his son, the new Prince of Wales, also turning out. You know, people didn't expect this, and I don't think anybody saw the amount of people coming to the queues either. I didn't expect that many people to turn up to the queues. I mean, people really are going out of their way to respect 70 years of service that the late Queen did bring us.
Well, because, and I think you're right, I think the length of the queues, the number of people wanting to pay their respects has been beyond expectation. It raises very real questions about what we can expect tomorrow for the funeral, doesn't it?
I mean, it really does. 2,000 people will be, invitees of the funeral itself. They'll be arriving from 8 a.m. for the service to start at 11 a.m. Obviously, that's quite a bit of waiting. But of course, it is the late Queen, so you would expect them to wait. And everything will be going minute by minute, and it will be expertly planned by the late Queen herself. So her final wishes will be played out. And then at 10:44 a.m., we'll start seeing the images from Westminster Hall through to Westminster Abbey. And then from 11 a.m. will be the service. You'll see heads of state there. You'll obviously see the royal family there. You'll see lots of familiar faces there. And then, to get this right, from 1 p.m, the coffin, will be going towards Windsor, all the way through until 7:30 p.m. Well, they'll have a private service with the family. Everything has been so public throughout all of this. I think they do definitely deserve a moment with just the family, away from the cameras, and just be able to take all of this in. The week of national mourning, it's all happened so quickly.
Hasn't it? Pandora.
Astonishing diary, isn't it?
Good to talk to you. We'll chat again, no doubt. Thank you very much indeed.
And I don't know about you, but wherever you're living at the moment, there is still an urge to try and join the queue, isn't there? The queue is taking on its own persona, almost.
You're
it's
tempted,
become a thing.
aren't you?
I'm terribly tempted. I was telling you at this time yesterday that the Queen sadly died on my birthday, which meant that my birthday lunch had to be delayed. And so I met up with my sons yesterday and we had lunch. And maybe it's because we had one cocktail too many, I don't know. But we pledged that we would join the queue today. I don't know whether it's going to happen.
The problem I've got for you is that if it's a 12-hour queue, for example,
yes,
you're not going to finish till midnight.
No.
You're going to have to get up again for work at about 3 or 4.
Yeah, I'll probably just come into the office and sleep on the floor.
You see, so that's the problem.
But it is, and everybody must be feeling the same as me. I'll bet you are. That you
should I, shouldn't I?
Yeah, this is probably you've got to make your decision in the next hour or so, I think.
Yeah.
To stand a chance. Do we know how long the queue is?
It's 12 hours at the
12
moment.
Hours, right.
But I would imagine that's going to get longer as the morning, as more people join in the morning. Yeah. You would think so. It did yesterday, but anyway, we shall keep an eye on that. Someone who has braved it. A couple of days ago is one of our viewers in this, is Jamie McIver, who joins us now. Good to see you. Come in the studio. We really appreciate you coming in to see us.
Yes, it's nice to see one of our viewers in the studio this morning.
Lovely to be here, thank you.
How are you finding the experience?
Well, your hospitality is wonderful. I'm a lot more comfortable this morning than I was on the embankment during the queue at this similar time.
How long did you queue for?
So I actually queued for 8 hours, which when...
Very good, actually.
Well, I was very fortunate that I have a very good friend and we both agreed we would go in the morning. And I had been at a birthday party and I was on my way home and I thought, well, it seems crazy to go home now. We may as well go to London. I said, what are you up to? He said, I'm on my way home. I said, we'll get changed, turn around, we'll go to London. And I think that's why I had quite a good time in terms of my length of time in the queue. But it was quite an extraordinary experience.
I'll tell you what, there's something wrong with your mic, so I'm going to give you mine. And Stephen will have to talk to you.
Yes.
I'll just
there
nod.
we go.
Anne can nod. That's why this is...
I'll nod and agree.
This is the joy. It's the joy of live television, Jamie.
Styled it out so well.
Well, we have styled it out well. Look, so you made the decision that you wanted to go. You said it was a nice experience in the queue, but why did you want to go? I mean, you're a young man. We've talked about how this is a whole range of ages, but what appealed to you as a younger man to say, I need to pay my respects?
I think, to be honest, I was really sad to learn of Her Majesty passing away, and it really affected me emotionally more than I expected to. I think lots of people expected this sad news at some point. We'd been hearing about her health, and I was really upset. So that was the first thing. My instinct was I wanted to do something, and laying flowers. I went on the day that she passed away, I actually went to Buckingham Palace and laid some flowers, but it still didn't feel enough. So when I heard about the queue and the opportunity to see her laying in state, it to me was just, my instinct was I'm going. It wasn't even a question. But also my grandparents are, in fact, my whole family are very into the royal family. My nan met the Queen. She's a social worker when she came to Enfield. So I guess for me, it was just a case of doing it for them as well, slightly, and everybody else in my family that maybe wouldn't be able to go and join the queue for various reasons.
Yeah, so it's nice that you felt you were representing your family as much as doing it for yourself, which is a really nice feeling, isn't it?
It was, and also we've got a brilliant family chat of all the cousins and aunties and uncles in, and so I was giving them updates on the queue, and I really did feel that I was representing my family. And, you know, in the queue, I can't believe how wonderful the experience was. You would think, you know, when you go to the airport and you queue for 2 hours through security, it seems like your worst nightmare, it ruins your holiday.
Yes.
But this was a queue that, you know, I would do it all again. I met some wonderful people.
There are people who've done it twice or thrice.
Are there?
There's apparently a lady who's done it 6 times.
Oh, wow. Well, I don't know if I would do it 6 times.
No.
I you know, the people I met, everyone was so kind. We were feeding one another. We were motivating one another. And it was almost like a trial and tribulation where some people were saying, I don't know if I can carry on. It was like, come on, you can do it. We've done 5 hours. You can do another 2. And it was actually very well organised, I have to say. The queue pretty much kept moving. It was a slow walk, passing London's landmarks. For me, I saw them lit up in the evening.
So you can't lean up against a wall and nod off?
Well, I think you probably could, but you don't want to miss your chance of getting your wristband, because a few people did get caught out by that, where they got in a... Because, of course, everywhere you went, there was just a queue, whether that was for a coffee, for the toilet, or to see Her Majesty.
Yeah.
It was a queue, and a lot of people did suddenly get back to the queue and realise they didn't have a wristband. So my advice to any of your viewers who are going is, you know, make sure you get your wristband.
But that's the most important thing, isn't it? Because that more or less guarantees you a place in the end.
Well, it does say on it that it doesn't, but I should think it would be hard to be turned away. No, I did take it off, yeah.
Well, so what is it like when you, after all that queuing, and you finally turn that corner and are looking into Westminster Hall?
It's absolutely overwhelming, and it's an experience I will never, ever forget. I've been to Westminster Hall a few times as a child visiting Parliament and stuff, and it was just emotional, it was overwhelming. The atmosphere, it was completely silent. All you can hear is people's shoes on the steps.
Yes.
And the fact that Her Majesty the Queen is there peacefully with the candles, with all of the soldiers and the police and everybody around in just complete silence. It is a remarkable moment. I will never forget it. And actually, it's quite hard to find a word to describe it. I do think it is one of those scenarios where you've got to be there to feel it.
Are you by profession a florist? Because you brought in some absolutely gorgeous flowers.
I am, and they are for you to say thank you for having me on.
Oh, how lovely. Oh, no, they're lovely. Well,
that's very, very kind.
There we go.
Look at the colours, absolutely.
I was going to ask, because we had a report yesterday talking about how florists have been actually running out of stock and things because there's been such a high demand.
Well, yes, I mean, I own a high street florist, and it's been an incredibly challenging week keeping up with the demand of customers, both because they want to take tributes to various places where they live and also into London, but also our suppliers have been overwhelmed.
Yes.
And so what you're finding is we're OK, people that want to take flowers for relation to the Queen are quite happy with any bunch of flowers. But then, of course, you've got our customers that specifically want certain flowers, and those are out of stock. But the frustrating element is they're probably sitting in another florist who's just giving them to somebody who's not too fussed about their flowers.
Yeah.
So it's been a real challenge, and we take funerals very seriously, as you can imagine. We like those personality of the flowers to show in those arrangements. So it's been a real challenge. I've actually thoroughly enjoyed the challenge because I love a good challenge, but it's been a huge honour actually to do arrangements for people that are taking them to Buckingham Palace. You know, I think that's something for most of my staff will be, you know, a career highlight for them in a way.
It's interesting because you've done the thing that the Royal Gardeners would approve, which is you haven't used plastic, you've used paper.
Of course.
To wrap. And that too would degrade, because the royal head gardeners have been saying what a nightmare it is to deal with so much plastic.
Yeah, and I actually saw the volunteers taking the plastic off the flowers, and I actually think flowers look nicer without packaging, but that's another story.
Yeah.
If you get a choice, if you have a choice of flowers, what are, in your professional opinion, what are the best flowers to go for a royal funeral?
I think it's got to be white. I'm a big fan of white anyway in terms of flowers. I think, you know, white roses, lisianthus. Her Majesty loved sort of her garden, so I would be trying to get, if the royal family came to me to do the flowers, I'd be trying to bring the garden into the flowers, definitely. And I think Her Majesty herself, she did love colour. Absolutely loved colour, and her outfits. I mean, have we ever seen the Queen not look gorgeous?
Yeah.
I mean, she's a fashion icon, and so I hope that element of her style and her personality is brought out of the flowers, because it's certainly possible.
It'll be very interesting to see what flowers are used at the Abbey tomorrow, won't it?
Yes,
it will be spectacular.
It will be. I would imagine very white.
Yes.
Right. But it's interesting because we said with a lot of the tributes that have been laid, obviously they're full of colour. But that's so nice, isn't it? Because it's that sense of celebration of her in that colour, which I just think is lovely.
Of course, and during the Platinum Jubilee, I was honoured. I got to light 2 beacons, which was amazing in my community where I live.
Wow.
One of the lines when you read before you say, "We are one nation and one Commonwealth," and I think the Commonwealth is so important here because Her Majesty has absolutely championed it, and of course the Commonwealth is such a colourful,
exotic flowers and things.
You know, part of the world, isn't it? It's all corners of the world. So I think we're going to see a lot of those tributes around the world.
And she will have planned it, won't she? Right down to the flowers, right down probably to the flowers in the wreath on her coffin. She will have been part of that planning process. It'll be her choice that we'll be seeing.
And she's got great style, so I'm sure that the style of the funeral will be nothing other than pure class.
What are you going to do tomorrow? How are you going to watch the funeral?
Well, I'm actually still debating what I do. I've got the opportunity to watch it locally on a screen in the church. I'm very tempted to go to London. I'm also very tempted to go to Windsor. My parents got married in Windsor, so I'm quite tempted to go there for nostalgia. And we were actually there not long ago, but I will definitely be a part of it one way or another. I love the idea of watching it on television, and of course you get the best view, but I know I can do that tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, look...
You're going to be shedding a tear.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be
a proper tearjerker.
Absolutely.
Really will be.
Jamie, it's great to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. I know we've been trying to get you on the show for the last couple of days. We've had some tech issues, so you've come on in. I'm really pleased that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, let us know what you're going to be doing for the funeral.
How are you going to watch it? Is there anything special about the way you're going to watch it? I mean, as Jamie was saying, there are lots of places that have organised big screen televisions, so you can still go and be part of a community to watch together.
Come and join us. Join us as we celebrate the life of Her Majesty tomorrow. It's going to be quite a day.
It really is.
Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines for you. It's 6:22 and about 1 million people are expected in London today ahead of the funeral tomorrow. Public transport expected to be under pressure. Transport for London running an extra 250 rail services, and National Highways Agency is suspending planned motorway closures across England.
A 24-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder and grievous bodily harm with intent following the stabbing of 2 police officers in Leicester Square. A male officer was stabbed 3 times in the neck and once in the chest, whilst a female officer was stabbed in the arm. Mohammed Rahman will appear at Wimbledon Magistrates Court tomorrow.
The Prime Minister is reportedly considering plans to cut taxes for those who live in new investment zones. According to The Sun on Sunday, in these low-tax areas, personal contributions could be cut, although no final decision has been made.
Now, the new monarch, King Charles III, is going to meet his Prime Minister, Liz Truss, at Buckingham Palace this morning. The monarch will also host a reception this evening for overseas leaders, as well as the PM, ahead of tomorrow's state funeral for the Queen. Of course, they're all assembling.
Well, they are. Well, let's talk to journalist and author Ross Clark, who joins us now. This is going to be, Ross, a remarkable event, actually, to see all these world leaders gathered together. A little bit of diplomacy for the King. One can't imagine quite how he's going to handle it, though, at this time. It must be, in some respects, the last thing he wants to do.
Well, of course, he's still mourning his mother. At the same time, he's trying to find his feet in a new job at the age of 73, when most people are retired. So, yes, of course, it is going to be unusual to see so many world leaders together. We don't normally get this, even when we have international summits, G8, G7, we've got 7 world leaders as a clue in the name. We have the G20, we get 20 world leaders together. But on this occasion, it's very many heads of state, but of course they're not all political leaders. There are some countries have a presidency. Joe Biden is president, head of state, and he's also chief of executive powers. The same with President Macron. But a lot of republics, like monarchies, have a sort of titular head of state, and the president of Germany, president of Italy, and so on. They're not political leaders as such.
No, but isn't it interesting how nearly every country wants to have a representative, if not a monarch or a president, coming? And we even hear that those countries that haven't been invited for various reasons are actually mortally offended that they haven't been invited. So the world wants to take part in this.
Well, it does, yes, and it's extraordinary that I can't think of any other figure in the world who would attract this sort of mass mourning by the world leaders. We have had in the past, and the President Kennedy was sadly shot in office, attracted a huge amount of mourning around the world. But with the Queen, it really is a mass world event, if you like, and there's an opportunity for Liz Truss as the new Prime Minister to meet so many world leaders. I mean, many Prime Ministers will have been through office and never met so many world leaders as Liz Truss will do over the next couple of days. But of course, it's not a time for doing great amount of business. It's a time for, getting to know world leaders. It's not really how she would want to meet Joe Biden, for example, for the first time. So there was going to be a sort of formal meeting between Liz Truss and Joe Biden. Well, that's been put off, actually. They're going to meet at the UN on Wednesday, I understand, instead.
An opportunity for everybody to at least nod at each other.
Yes.
Yes, and they've got quite a few time to kill as well tomorrow, haven't they? Because they'll be arriving from 8 o'clock onwards in the Westminster Abbey. So some of them will have to sit and chat to people sitting next to them for 2 or 3 hours even. A chance for everybody to get to know.
Yeah. Ross, thank you very much indeed. Appreciate your time this morning. Well, as those preparations for the funeral reach a climax, thousands of servicemen and women are, of course, getting ready to play their part in Queen Elizabeth's final journey.
Our Home and Security editor, Mark White, reports on why the role of the military at such a funeral has huge historic significance.
For 7 decades, she was their commander-in-chief. And now her armed forces are preparing to show just how much the late monarch meant to them. Meticulous rehearsals here at RAF Holton in Buckinghamshire and many military bases across the country as these young men and women prepare for what will undoubtedly be the biggest honour of their lives, helping lead the late Queen's funeral procession through the streets of the capital.
Immensely proud. It's a huge honour. Having the world's eyes on what's going on is really a privilege. It's quite a humbling experience that I'm just a small part in this huge tribute to Her Majesty the Queen.
It's something that I won't forget. My children won't forget. Their children won't forget. This isn't just about this generation. This will go on for so many generations, and to know that I will be a part of that history, it makes me quite emotional. It does. It kind of gets you. It does.
The monarch's link to the military is profound, as of course they lead the men and women who've sworn to protect them. For the late Queen, the links run deeper still. She was the first royal to become a full-time active member of the armed forces when the then Princess Elizabeth joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service in 1945. Her own husband and other members of her family also served for a time in the forces. The former head of the army, General Lord Dannatt, still remembers the oath he took to serve the Queen on the 28th of August 1969.
It's one of the things I think that sets the armed forces a little bit apart, in that when we join the Royal Navy, the British Army, the Royal Air Force, the first thing we do is swear an oath of allegiance to the sovereign, not to the government, not to the Prime Minister, not to the Secretary of State for Defence.
In recent days, through the streets around Westminster Abbey and Buckingham Palace, as most of the nation slept, many hundreds of military personnel have continued their rehearsals. Marching along the planned route of the funeral procession, everything perfectly timed and choreographed. The pressure to get it right on the day is enormous.
I've got absolutely no doubt that they'll be very, very pleased to have been there and participating on such a momentous occasion.
Over the years, the UK's armed forces have demonstrated just how this nation excels when it comes to these big state occasions. But not since Winston Churchill's death have we seen a full-blown state funeral. Huge pressure then on the shoulders of these young servicemen and women. But it will also be their proudest moment as they escort their Commander-in-Chief, their late Queen, towards her final resting place. Mark White, GB News.
Do you know, it's going to be amazing, isn't it?
It's going to be amazing.
It's the sheer enormity of it. There are so many people involved in the processions and everything.
But doesn't it seem a bit odd to say, well, I'm sort of looking forward to the event?
Yes.
But then it is a celebration as much as anything else, in a way, a celebration of everything the Queen was and everything the country is, I think. So I don't think we should be embarrassed about celebrating those.
Do you know, it's going to be a long day tomorrow, and Windsor, when she gets to Windsor, we understand that the committal will be something like at 7 o'clock in the evening. What do you think we're going to feel like then? How do you
exhausted.
think we're all going to feel?
I think the whole nation will sleep like logs.
Yes, I think we will feel emotionally drained and exhausted. And waking up Tuesday morning, how are we going to feel then?
Yeah.
Because that really is the reality hitting you. And I think if she were an absolutely close family member, that's when it would hit you, I think.
Yeah, well, let's hope they all get some time.
I hope they get a chance to
tomorrow.
Yes, exactly.
Let's have a look at the Sunday papers for you. The Sunday Times has a deeply moving picture of the Queen's family standing vigil by her coffin. It says simply, farewell.
And to the Sunday Telegraph there, Together for Granny, the many grandchildren of Queen Elizabeth paying their tribute.
Sunday Mirror has Harry and William united once again in grief for their grandmother, the Queen.
And the Observer we go to predicts a stormy week for Prime Minister Liz Truss following the period of national mourning.
The Mail on Sunday has the photograph of that incredible close-up, actually, of King Charles's two sons united together once again in their Blues and Royals uniforms.
And the Sunday Express is actually campaigning for an annual day of remembrance for Queen Elizabeth, an ER day, or if you like, an Elizabeth Day. I think there's going to be a growing feeling about that.
Yes, I think so. I think it'd be a nice thing
Elizabeth
to do.
Day, I like the sound of it.
Even if it's not a bank holiday or anything.
No, maybe it's a day where you do something particular for something, I don't know. But an Elizabeth Day, I think, would be rather nice.
Got to be done. Let's go through those papers in a bit more detail then with legendary broadcaster David Hamilton and political consultant Emma Burnell. Good to see you both this morning. Let's have a look at the Sun on Sunday, David, should we? And looking at the grandchildren's vigil last night.
Yes, the Queen's 8 grandchildren side by side, William and Harry in military uniform, near the coffin at Westminster Hall. Sophie Wessex was in tears. She was very close to the Queen, of course. The Queen thought of her almost as another daughter. Someone else who I think has been absolutely brilliant through all this has been the Princess Royal, Princess Anne.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
You know,
we've got so many people emailing in, GB viewers, who are saying, don't forget Princess Anne.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's underrated.
often
Don't forget
referred
her.
to as the hardest working royal.
Oh, yeah.
But with such dignity, and she, you know, you can say this as well, people always say this as well about Kate. She never puts a foot wrong, and of course the Queen. If you look back at her reign, 70 years, she always got it right. And one of the great things about her, I think, was her power of forgiving. You know, the way that she forgave people who in many ways had harmed the royal family or
Like
had
Martin McGuinness.
threatened. Yes, a very good example. And shook his hand so gracefully. I mean, wasn't that absolutely brilliant? Very hard act to follow.
Oh, yes.
Yes, true.
Emma, the Mail on Sunday, is looking at the funeral tomorrow, which, I mean, we've seen some of the planning like we do, because it's obviously been around for decades,
Of course, yeah.
But I cannot picture what it's going to be like.
It's going to be extraordinary. I don't think the country will have seen anything like it possibly since Churchill's funeral. I think even the royal weddings will pale in comparison in terms of that sort of great British sense of pageantry combined with a national moment of mourning. I think even those who are less pro-monarchy are aware that this is a national moment, particularly given that this is the moment of mourning in particular. This is the day of mourning. It's not about the succession. It is about the mourning. And I think this will be the day where everybody either says, yes, I'm going to take a moment to remember somebody who was in charge of us for 70 years, or they're going to say, I'm going to let you have that moment and stand back respectfully.
Yes, isn't it interesting, as you say, even anti-monarchists have to sit back and say and acknowledge the sheer power of what is going on at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the system, I'm not a fan. In terms of the woman herself, she seems to have been at the head of that system and been incredibly good at that. And I think the problem we have is that because succession passes immediately, it's very difficult not to have the conversation at the same time as the mourning. But I think the two need to be separated, and I think tomorrow very much will be a day just for the mourning.
No, I think you're right. I mean, we can't, whatever anyone's doing, you can't forget the fact that this woman has been a constant in our lives for 70 years, David. I mean, for the vast majority of people in this country, that's our entire lives.
Yes. I'm actually the only person here who has seen two kings.
Two?
Yes.
Oh, of course, the one...
Because I remember the funeral of George VI, who was a lovely man, much loved particularly for his steadfastness during the war. And that was a very... well, actually, a lot of similarities between that service and the one that we're going to get tomorrow. I was looking at it at the time, how we saw it was on newsreels, Pathé newsreel.
Yes,
you know, we had to go to the
cinema.
We had to go to the cinema to see it. Yeah.
Do you? Can I ask them, because for a lot of us, I mean, in our day-to-day life, if you like, the one thing that everyone says is, isn't it funny saying "God save the King"?
Yes.
But you see, you must have gone through that when you changed to God Save the Queen.
I did. And what was different about that funeral was that it was in the winter, and somehow there's something more sombre about, winter time, isn't there? But he was a very, very popular king, much loved, very shy man. He had a stutter, and making public speaking was very, very difficult for him. But you could see how much his daughter loved him, and the feeling of grief at the time, very much replicated now. We're going through, all these years later, I feel that the ceremony tomorrow is going to be very much the same as the one that we saw on the newsreels then.
Interesting, isn't it?
It's interesting as well, watching how King Charles now has come out with William. They're clearly determined to meet people, and they've set it as a priority. Yesterday we saw, who knew? They suddenly decided to go and meet people in the queue. And there was a lovely moment where a lady in the queue, her phone went, And she answered it. It's gone viral, apparently. This clip. She answers her phone and she said, "No, Daddy, I can't speak to you right now. I'm shaking Prince William's hand." Nobody knew they were going to just stop and talk to the people. And they must, they must have been watching it on the telly, mustn't they? And they said, one must have said to the other, we really ought to go down and meet some of the people in the queue.
And I think this is what's quite interesting about the modern monarchy, is they've kind of been through that learning curve where, and if you think about in the 90s when Diana died, and they were heavily criticised for not being out there amongst the people. So they've clearly taken that on board, and their media management, their people management, their image management, and their understanding of their evolving relationship with democracy, with the people, I think is actually really interesting as an observer as much as a participant.
Well, you can't ignore it, can you? And I know the Sunday Times, David, is looking at what they're calling the pilgrimage, which is what this queue has turned into.
Yes, they're calling it the People's Pilgrimage to pay their respects to the Queen. Quite incredible. What is the latest number of hours that people are
12
queuing?
at the minute.
12
Have you heard this morning?
12.
12. The thing is, too, it's got very, very cold overnight.
Yes, it has.
And after a very hot summer, it's come as an awful shock. I mean, I found it coming to the studios this morning. So if you were out there queuing for 12 hours, you would be extremely taters. There's no doubt about that. And that, for 1 minute, I think that's about how long they get to look at the coffin. But, of course, there is the building and there's the whole atmosphere that they get. And David Beckham was there. He, as I think you mentioned earlier, he was queuing as well. So I wonder whether he'll get his knighthood now.
Ah.
Is that cynical of me to say?
No, it is. I think David Beckham did it because of the reasons he said. Because he comes from a royalist family and he wanted to do it, and he was there for his family.
I sort of think David Beckham should get a knighthood.
So do I. I really do. But I don't think he did it for that reason.
No.
But people have to be so negative, don't they? There's a lot of, especially on social media. No, not David.
No, I only put it in as a little funny aside. But
no, I'm not getting at you. But there are people on social media who are being nasty about the fact that David Beckham did it. But other people have done it. There are quite a few people who actually have done the whole queue. The actress Tilda Swinton.
Oh, did Tilda Swinton do
she
it?
was there, and she's done the entire long queue. So I think we don't know how many other people may be in there for whatever reason.
I think you have to remember that not everybody loves the royal family. No. I mean, not everybody loves us. I mean, I know you find that hard to believe.
I don't believe that for a minute.
But not everybody does. But I think the one thing that's come out of this is that the vast majority of people in this country do, and I think that is the Queen's legacy. I think her legacy is now, we've seen the enormous support for the royal family.
I mean, I think that's absolutely fair, and I speak as someone who's not a royalist, but I know that I'm in a minority on that, and you have to respect that. And if you are a Democrat, which is one of the reasons I'm not a royalist, I have to accept that I'm in a minority and therefore let other people have their moments. Yeah. And I think that's what, the job isn't for me to never, ever speak out again. It's to choose the right moments and be respectful of other people and what they're feeling.
Yeah, it's a very good point, well made. Emma, David, we need to leave it there just for the time being, but we'll catch up with you both a little bit later on. Thank you.
And thank you to everybody who's already sending in their views, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Francesca says, I've lived in the UK, however, I am a Canadian citizen and now currently living back in Canada. Queen Elizabeth II is our sovereign as well. I've been a monarchist all my life. I've admired her and all that she's done over the years. In Canada, Queen Victoria also was admired and loved. And to this day, we still celebrate Queen Victoria's birthday, what we call May 24 weekend, which is a bank holiday.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That sets a good precedent for an Elizabeth Day.
It does, doesn't it?
Across all the Queen's territories, I think, but it's not for me to dictate that, but let your parliamentarians know. It is 6:43. Let's just bring you up to date with some of the top stories. And today does mark the final day of the Queen's lying in state ahead of the funeral in Westminster Abbey tomorrow. Queen Elizabeth's coffin will remain in Westminster Hall for the public to view until 6:30 tomorrow morning. Tonight at 8 o'clock, people across the country are invited to observe a minute's silence.
The Metropolitan Police says a 28-year-old man who approached the Queen's coffin at Westminster Hall on Friday has been charged under the Public Order Act. He is Mohammed Khan, and he's going to appear at Westminster Magistrates Court later on.
Donald Trump has criticised the FBI, describing the August raid on his Mar-a-Lago estate as a savage witch hunt. He was talking in Ohio. He said they had no shame and no conscience. 11,000 records were gathered during the search, with agents finding about 100 classified documents. We were talking about Princess Anne earlier on. Philip's been in touch, says Princess Anne is a very underrated person. Very little publicity surrounding her daily life. Why? Well,
because she tells you to naff off.
Well, yeah, because I think, Philip, she just gets on with it. And I think she doesn't want a whole lot of media attention.
No, she really doesn't.
She's just getting on with it. And it's why I think people, now that we're getting to know more of what she's doing, have so much respect for her, because she's not chasing the publicity. She's quite simply,
in fact, almost the opposite.
Job.
She doesn't like photographers and reporters hanging around her. So that's why you don't see it. But everybody who reports on the fact that she's been to their do, or she's been doing something with their charity or whatever, they all say she's fantastic.
Yeah.
We were talking about Prince Harry wearing a beard.
Yes.
Whilst he was wearing his uniform.
Yes.
Now, can you explain what the problem was?
So the problem is you're not allowed it, certainly in the army, without permission. So the sovereign, the Queen, gave him permission to wear his beard when he got married in uniform. And presumably that still stands.
So an army officer has to be clean-shaven?
Clean-shaven. I think you can have a moustache, but you can't have a full beard.
You can jolly well have a moustache in the RAF, surely.
Yes.
But Betty says the Royal Navy allows a full set, what is called a full set. That is beard and moustache, or clean-shaven, one or the other. Either the full set or clean-shaven. The beard has to cover the whole jaw. My father served in the Royal Navy during World War II, and he grew a full set whilst he was on the Arctic convoys.
Well, I think you probably need it on the Arctic convoys, Betty.
And there's a whole episode of The Crown. I'm sorry I go on about this, but it has to be based on fact. This particular bit. No, this particular bit is when Prince Philip was out he was going around the world, actually, almost at one point, whilst he was married to Princess Elizabeth. I don't know whether... Yes, she was the Queen by then, I think. And he went off... it was about a 3-month tour. He was with the Royal Navy, and he grew a full set as well.
Right.
And when he came back, his family hardly recognised him, apparently. Oh. So there you go.
Yes, so depending on what branch of the armed forces you're in, you do need permission for that facial hair.
Yeah.
They're very strict on it all, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are, yeah.
But there you go.
It's fascinating, and that is why Prince Harry there is wearing... Well, that's a full set.
It is a full set, yes. But as I say, they allowed him to do it for the wedding, so why change it now? Which I think is a very fair point.
Yeah.
To be honest, I was very pleased to see him there, doing what he was doing.
Yes, I think we all were.
Isn't it interesting? I've been quite annoyed with him. I've been quite angry. What right have I to be angry? But you know what I mean. And my heart is, under these circumstances, is melting again.
If only he could keep that.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. Everybody's worried about what's in the book.
It could well get scrapped.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I wish.
Now, a family-run visitor attraction, Jeyes of Earls, Barton in Northamptonshire, has opened a book of remembrance in its royal room. It's not just called a royal room, it's filled with hundreds of pieces of royal family memorabilia.
And after the Queen's death, of course, last week, Georgina Jeyes and her daughters, Pip and Anna, set up the book to collect memories and celebrations around Her Majesty. And we're happy to say that all three, I think, are joining us now. Oh, we've just got two, I think. We haven't got anyone at the moment. Let's see if we can get...
Oh, we're going to come to them in a minute.
We'll find them in a minute.
We will, because actually this royal memorabilia, I think, is quite a thing. I mean, it was always a very big thing, wasn't it, to have all that memorabilia. My grandmother always bought us, cups and saucers and all sorts. Let's see if we can talk to them now. There we go. There you go. Lovely to see you. Georgina, talk us through what you've got in your royal room and why it was started.
Well, it was originally started, I think, because of our connection. Northampton has got a long connection with royals. We were nearly the capital city of England years and years ago, Northampton. So We've got a massive county history.
And that's what started the family thinking about what can we collect. And is that a Paddington bear I can see behind you?
Oh, he is. Well, we've got, he's our national treasure, of course, along with Her late Majesty. Yeah. And we set up that the day after the celebration with the Queen having a tea party. So we've got loads of Paddingtons. I brought my handbag in, and of course where I keep the marmalade sandwich, which you can see behind you. And there's everything. Paddington had a story to tell, and it was fantastic. And that's how we started our condolence book, with his words, "Thank you, Mom, for everything."
Yes. Yes.
Oh, it
was so simple, wasn't it? But it sums up what we're all thinking. And you've got a china cabinet I can see behind you too.
Well, we've got lots of china cabinets. They go right back to Queen Victoria, all the way through with memorabilia of all the monarchs since Queen Victoria.
Wow, it's wonderful stuff. I mean, Anna, how popular is this proving with your visitors?
I mean, we've been overwhelmed. We've had queues the last few days out of the door, not quite like down in London, I have to say, but no, we've had families, we've had kind of 4-year-olds coming in to write, we've had 94-year-olds coming in. So it's been a real pleasure to kind of meet everyone and hear their stories and memories of Her Majesty, and we're just so proud that we could be part of it.
Yes, an amazing number of people telling you those stories. Is there any sort of connection? Have they met the Queen or anything like that?
Well, the Queen never actually visited Earls Barton, but she did go past on the A45 on the way to Wellingborough, and all the school children went up to the top of the hill and waved their flags. But she's been to Northamptonshire a lot, but never actually made it to Earls Barton. Princess Anne did, and the Queen Mother planted a tree. But there we go. There's lots of connections.
Well, I suppose you can rest in comfort knowing that there's no doubt been plenty of buckets of Jeyes fluid sloshed around the palace and Windsor Castle and everything else over the decades.
So you might be able to see in the background, Jeyes has got the royal warrant, and it's one of the longest standing royal warrants and still used in the royal household today.
Oh, that's wonderful! Yeah.
That must. I mean, at moment. I mean, that must be quite a nice thing to reflect on at any point. But at a time like this, as well, that must actually bring you a great deal of well, I was going to say comfort, but pleasure, I guess.
Pride.
Well, we've had a lot of fun with those two brothers, Philadelphus and John Jeyes, and it was John Jeyes who went off to London to literally swill the streets with his precious product, disinfectants and Jeyes fluid.
And how many generations ago was that, before you?
Hang on, Anna, because I'm only involved because I've been married to David Jeyes for 50 years. But it goes Philadelphus 1, Arthur, Philadelphus 2, John, Arthur, David, which is my husband.
And then me.
Wow. and then Anna and Pip and Dan.
That is amazing. What a family history. And what a lovely name, Philadelphus.
Never heard that before.
You'll have to keep that one going in the next generation.
I didn't pass that to my children.
Oh, not even as a middle name. It's quite.
Pip is Philippa, and she's in the queue with her children. She's down there in London queuing at the moment. They've queued all night. Oh, wow. So that's where Pip is and the children.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, how lovely.
Well, look, do you know, it's been a joy to talk to you both this morning, and I hope lots of people come to visit and sign your book of remembrance there. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Pleasure.
What lovely ladies there. So what a family. That's the Jeyes fluid people.
It's fascinating.
It's Jeyes disinfectant fluid, isn't it? It's a name on its own, isn't it, really, Jeyes?
books. I've
Who
always
knew there was a Philadelphus Jeyes? I think that's wonderful.
Philadelphus is wonderful. I've always got a tin of that in the garage, let me tell you. Now, half the world's population will tune in to watch the funeral tomorrow to say that final farewell.
Many more will also travel to London. And our reporter, Sophie Reaper, has been speaking to some of those from the Northwest who are making the journey.
Tomorrow, the world will look on as our Queen of 70 years is finally laid to rest. A historical event that will be talked about for generations to come. People from all over the world will travel to London to play even a small part in the day.
It is a train journey, it is a long way. We do know we're going to hit massive crowds when we do get there, but that's just part of it. That's just something, this is bigger than us, so this is something that we do need to go through.
We know there's going to be a lot of people there. We know we might not get anywhere near or may not be able to see anything or any of the processions, but just by being there and being part of it just means a lot to us both.
After the Queen's 70 years of service, for Helen and Karen, travelling from the Northwest seems a small sacrifice to make in order to be part of such an important day.
Being down in London means there will be a shared grief with lots of people who we don't know, and that's part of what we're going to do.
And I think that's what's so wonderful about our country as well. And you've seen on the news all week since the Queen's been lying in state about people coming together and strangers becoming friends. And I think just the country coming together.
Of course, not everyone can make the journey down to London, but that doesn't mean they won't be watching.
I was there for the Jubilee, Classroom Jubilee. The atmosphere was fantastic, and it would have just been nice to be able to say goodbye to the Queen as well.
It's going to be a very, very solemn but very great occasion. We've all been watching history unfold the last few days, and this is going to be another part of history. It's something generations will remember.
It will be wonderful and very fitting, and I will personally feel very proud that the eyes of the world are upon London.
After a procession to Westminster Abbey, the funeral itself is expected to have an attendance of around 2,000 guests. And, given the Queen's title as Duke of Lancaster, just one of those guests will be Lancashire's Lord Lieutenant.
I'm looking forward to what will be a momentous state occasion, sombre, reflective, but I'm sure there will be an element of hope for the future running through it as well. That's what the Queen has left us.
A difficult day for the world, but also a day for people from all walks of life to come together and reflect.
I think if we've seen anything over the last few days since the Queen's death, it's been a tremendous sense of unity. People have come together. Even if it's just to stand on the side of the road to watch the hearse and the coffin go by. People have come together. We've shared mourning and shared our respect and affection for the Queen.
Tomorrow, the eyes of the world will be on London and mouths will say a final goodbye. But our hearts will always remember Queen Elizabeth II. Sophie Reaper, GB News.
Yeah, just getting down from the Northwest. I know a lot of people have come down, actually.
Well, yesterday everybody was being warned not to travel to join the queue, but of course a lot of people will be travelling to just line the Mall or whatever to try and see the procession after the funeral service.
Let us know if that's you. GBviews at gbnews.uk. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a look at the weather for you this morning. And it's going to be mostly dry with some scattered showers at times, but a cloudier day than yesterday.
After a chilly start for southwest England, there'll be some bright or sunny spells remaining dry throughout that will become cloudier later this morning and into the afternoon.
Across southeast England, a dry day, some warm sunny spells this morning before cloudier conditions move in later.
A dry Sunday for many in Wales, though there will be the odd shower for northern coasts. The best chance of sunny spells in the south.
Across the Midlands today, it's going to be rather cloudy, though there will be the odd bright or sunny spell, and there are going to be some scattered showers as well, though these are going to stay pretty light.
There'll be scattered showers this morning for North Sea coastal areas of northeastern England. These will spread further inland later on. It'll be mostly cloudy, though, with some sunny spells.
Across Scotland for you today, it's going to be generally cloudy. There may be the odd sunny spell, especially a little bit later on. Scattered showers will affect northern and eastern coasts.
And there will be some showers this morning for Northern Ireland, with these becoming increasingly confined to northern coasts later on. A rather cloudy day, though. There will be some sunny spells.
Well, scattered showers then continuing this afternoon and into this evening, remaining mostly cloudy, especially in the north. And that's your weather today.
On Monday, we as the United Kingdom gather to mourn, pay tribute and give thanks to Queen Elizabeth II. Here at GB News, we invite you to gather with Anne Diamond, historian David Starkey, and myself, Alastair Stewart, live from Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey and Windsor Castle, all day Monday.
Today marks the last full day that mourners will be able to pay their respects to the Queen lying in state.
Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, mourners will have until 6:30 tomorrow morning to pay their final respects to the Queen in Westminster Hall before the coffin makes its way to Westminster Abbey for Her Majesty's state funeral.
And people across the nation today will also be asked to hold a 1-minute silence at 8 o'clock tonight to honour Queen Elizabeth.
Yesterday, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Sussex observed a 15-minute vigil for their late grandmother alongside all of her other grandchildren, both princes dressed in full military uniform as requested by the King.
And ahead of the funeral, Prime Minister Liz Truss is going to hold talks with American President Joe Biden, as well as other world leaders while they're here, before heading to a Buckingham Palace for a private audience with King Charles and Queen Camilla.
Keep getting in touch with us this morning. It's really important that we get to understand what you're planning for tomorrow, how you're feeling about tomorrow. We'd love to hear your thoughts. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
It's very odd even referring to the Queen as Queen Elizabeth and not just the Queen.
Queen, yes.
Isn't it? But we're having to be specific at the moment. I think we'll have to be very specific as we watch people come into Westminster Abbey tomorrow as well, because there's going to be quite a few Queens there as well.
Yes, there will be.
There's all sorts of ones from Europe. There's, for instance, royal households from Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands and Belgium. Spain's King Felipe and Queen Letizia, and the previous Spanish King and Queen, Juan Carlos and Sofia, Denmark's Queen Margrethe, and her heir, who's Crown Prince Frederick.
Isn't it interesting, though, that a lot of these people we don't know?
No.
There was the Queen, and then there are these other royal families who don't, for some reason, just carry the same significance. Very interesting, isn't it? But I think it's very interesting now that we have a King and Queen.
Yes.
How we move forward with that. It's like back to the old days.
Well, I suppose it is, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
That's what there often usually was, a king and queen ruling together. The emperor from Japan is coming, Naruhito, and his empress, Masako. And then, of course, you've got all the presidents and political leaders. Everybody seems to be coming.
Paul says, morning to you, Paul, I live in Hawaii. I have British friends and friends from all nations, including Hawaiian, American, Japanese and European. They're all coming to my place to watch the funeral and stay for the wake. Because of the time difference, it's going to be on Sunday.
How can that be?
Oh, yes, because they're behind, aren't they? So it will be Sunday night.
They're that far behind. Gosh. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting, Paul.
Dave says you keep discussing whether there should be a National Elizabeth Day. We should have one. After all, in Scotland, they still have a Victoria Day that falls on the date of Queen Victoria's birthday.
Do you?
Do you?
I'm not aware of that.
Nor me. But there you are.
Why
Please
don't
get in
we
touch
have it
from
this
Scotland.
side of the border?
Well, exactly.
Dear me. This is an interesting point from Fred. Thank you for the beautiful way you've dealt with this awful time. I just thought to mention, as there's such military involvement, which is quite understandable, today should have been Battle of Britain Sunday, the celebrations for which have been cancelled for obvious reasons. How ironic.
Gosh.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you understand why they had to be cancelled.
Well, here we go, yes.
Not getting mentioned.
The 2022 Battle of Britain Thanksgiving service will be held in Westminster Abbey on Sunday, the 18th of September at 11 a.m. That was announced, obviously, before the death of Her Majesty.
Well...
And the service was actually going to be in Westminster Abbey.
Yeah, well, it may have been cancelled this year, Fred, but not forgotten.
No, absolutely
There you go. Keep your thoughts coming through. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
Well, the Queen's funeral does take place tomorrow in what's going to be amazing. It's going to be the biggest state funeral ever and the biggest security operation ever held, certainly here in the UK, perhaps elsewhere in the world.
Well, they are expecting tens of billions of people to watch the service worldwide. It could be, probably will be, the most watched broadcast in history. Let's talk to the host of the Daily Express's Royal Roundup podcast, Pandora Forsyth, who joins us once again. Pandora, morning to you. I mean, these preparations have been in place for a very, very long time. It's the nature of things. But getting those final details right ahead of tomorrow are going to be absolutely paramount today, aren't they?
Yeah, they will be. They have had some rehearsals, but obviously there's nothing like the actual funeral itself. All of these plans, minute by minute, the Queen would have wanted everything from the guest list to where she's going, how she's going to get there on the route. We know that the route from Westminster to Windsor, she would have had a say on. She wanted it to be very public, hence why the hearse is very open, hence why the hearse has got lights in. She wants people to be able to pay respects just because you might not be able to be there in Westminster, or perhaps, you'll be tuning in another country. But for people who do live in the UK, we did see those scenes, didn't we, from Balmoral coming down the road with, hundreds and thousands of people paying their respects along that path. We can expect to see similar scenes tomorrow when the route along from Westminster Hall to Westminster Abbey and then on to Windsor, the hearse will go and thousands of people will be along that route. Now, as you said, the security situation is very complex. So even though we have rough details of what's going on, i.e. timings, 10:44 is when we'll start seeing the images coming through. 6:30 a.m. is when the Queen lying in state period ends tomorrow morning, with people queuing through the night. We know that at 11 a.m. we'll be able to see pictures coming through from Westminster Abbey, where you'll see lots of familiar faces and perhaps some faces that you're not so familiar with, but the Queen would have had relationships with. She had absolutely everything down to a T on this, and she is the late Queen, so every wish is her command. So we will see absolutely everything tomorrow, and as you said, and pictures that we never would have seen before. It will be an amazing spectacle, but also a very poignant and emotional one. So from 11 a.m. at 11:55 there'll be a 2-minute silence. Then at 12:15 there'll be a gun carriage procession to Wellington Arch, and then from 1 p.m. the coffin will start moving to Windsor. 2 hours later, at around 3:15, there'll be the arrival in Windsor. 4 p.m, the committal service. 7:30 p.m, there will be the private service in the chapel. So it will work like clockwork. 200 musicians will be there alongside 2,000 guests with about 500 heads of state.
going to be very difficult for commentators to know quite who these heads of state and all of these various royals from elsewhere in the world. And goodness knows who at Buckingham Palace is in charge of seating them. And it'll be very interesting to see when they arrive, who they're sitting next to and how they're getting along. Because some of them, even no matter how royal they may be, are going to have to wait 2 hours plus before things get going.
Oh yeah, no, I think he'll perhaps bring them a bit to reality tomorrow, because lots of these people, obviously from very pampered lives, aren't they? I think lots of people will be getting a bus. I mean, it wouldn't be your ordinary bus, put it that way. But obviously, not everyone can be getting a taxi in or a chauffeur into Westminster Abbey. So there'll be lots of buses tomorrow taking various heads of state across to Westminster Abbey. And I'm sure there will have been a little bit of thinking about who's going to sit next to who, but they're just going to have to put the politics to the side. This is obviously a moment of mourning, and they will just have to carry on and get on with it in British fashion.
Tuesday, because at what point, I know there's a private service in Windsor, in St George's Chapel, 7:30 on Monday night, but what then for Tuesday? Are the family going to get some time?
So the family will get time on Monday evening, but I think on Tuesday I can only imagine that they will also go back. Full details of what's happening on Tuesday hasn't been released yet due to security details, but I can imagine that again, we'll be seeing more pictures coming from Windsor, and also they will be privately mourning that week. So even though we will be seeing, I'm sure, as we saw yesterday, the King, our new King, doing various ad hoc appearances around the UK, I think that week, it will be very much a lot more quieter on the royal front whilst they mourn their mother, their grandmother, and of course other relations within the royal family to her. They will all be mourning. As we've already said, this has been so public, all of this grieving. These pictures are on the screen now. I mean, you've literally got members of the public walking past as they are quite literally standing in vigil and respect for their mother. I mean, so strong. We saw Sophie Wessex yesterday actually getting emotional as she looked on to the pictures of her children, looking in person, should I say, at them around the coffin. They are extremely strong to do this, and credit to them, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, to look at the grandchildren arriving now from these pictures from last night, and even those who have no sort of practice or history of doing any sort of marching or stepping in time, what have you, done beautifully, actually. I think they did their grandmother absolutely proud in all of that. It was a wonderful thing to see.
And also, I think lots of people have spoken about the ages of them as well. Teenagers there. It is remarkable, and it's just shown again the unity between them all. They are sharing the grief together. I'm sure their experience of grief is very much, very much united. And yes, we are grieving, but obviously it's a very personal to them, isn't it? So it's credit to them. I think lots of people have seen a different side to the royal family throughout all of this. And I think they probably have warmed to them in ways that perhaps they didn't before.
Yes, I think that's a very valid point. Pandora, thank you. I just wanted to ask our director if we stay on these pictures for just a moment longer. Just perhaps if you didn't see them yesterday, I just think it's remarkable and beautiful.
So it's William and Harry, of course, Prince Charles's sons. You've got Princess Anne's daughter Zara and Peter Phillips. Sorry, have I said that right?
Yes.
And then we've got Edward and Sophie's children. That's James Viscount 7 and Lady Louise Windsor. And, of course, we've got Beatrice and Eugenie, Prince Andrew's daughters, and they're all there.
I just think
and
it's
lovely.
I
think they did, I was going to say a splendid job. That's not
well,
really the right...
I don't know.
They were so impressive.
I think it is. I think to say a splendid job is a fine thing to say. I do. I think
and they'll be so glad they did it, you know.
Yes, and I think the Queen would have been so proud, actually. So proud. And it was, but what I did find particularly moving is there is a shot at some point which comes up of Sophie, Countess of Wessex.
I didn't see this.
Yes, and she stood on that sort of raised area just to the left of your picture there.
Yeah.
And there is just a shot where she looks down at her children and is in tears.
Oh.
And she's someone who has impressed so much, hasn't she? She's
lovely, Sophie.
She just comes across as... I've never met her, but she comes across as very real and very human and very emotional.
And a great
in a lovely way.
The Queen started to trust her more and more on visits. She'd often take Sophie with her, wouldn't she? Talking of Beatrice and Eugenie as well, they posted on Instagram just before that vigil their little tribute to the Queen, and it's reproduced here in the Express. And what is lovely about it is it's a lovely emotional tribute. They just say, "We all miss you. You were so dear to us. You are our granny." But the picture they posted with it could be anyone's Christmas picture, couldn't it? It's of Granny with the grandchildren, Beatrice and Eugenie, and of course a dog. And there we go. You can see it there. Oh, there we got it. Yeah.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's a lovely picture. It could be anyone's.
It could be anyone's family.
That's what I love about it, and that is what Pandora was saying. This is a side of the royal family that we haven't always seen.
I did see a clip on telly the other day, actually. Or on YouTube or something, you know, everything's... But it was Beatrice, I think, and she was meeting crowds, and this one sort of older lady, I think in a wheelchair, said, "And who are you? Who are you? Do you know the Queen?" And she said, "But she's my granny.
Oh.
She's my granny." She kept saying, "She's my granny." Which obviously you don't hear that very often, do you? From that, and I just thought it was lovely. Yeah, she's my granny.
Well, by the very nature of the royal family, certainly of the Queen's generation, but I think possibly through Charles and Anne particularly as well, it was always, we will do our royal duties, we will be seen then, but, you know, our family is our family. Don't ask private questions, in other words. And so this is the first time I think we've seen a glimpse into the real people that they obviously are.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting they're just like us. Because people say they're not,
but emotionally they must be.
Yeah.
Emotionally, they're just human beings.
They loved their Queen. They clearly loved their granny, didn't they? Yeah, it's lovely.
Nice to see. Painful to see.
Yes,
but nice to see. Look, it is 7:16. Let's bring you up to date with some of the stories this morning. And about 1 million people expected to visit London today ahead of the Queen's funeral tomorrow. Public transport under pressure, therefore. Transport for London running 250 extra rail services. The Highways Agency suspending planned motorway closures across England.
And a 24-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder and grievous bodily harm with intent following the stabbing of 2 police officers in Leicester Square. A male officer was stabbed 3 times in the neck and once in the chest, whilst a female officer was stabbed in the arm. Mohammed Rahman will appear at Wimbledon Magistrates Court tomorrow.
The Prime Minister is reportedly considering plans to cut taxes for those who live in what they're calling investment zones. Now, according to The Sun on Sunday, those in low-tax areas could see personal contributions cut, though no final decision has yet been made.
Jack says, "Morning, Jack. Your coverage of this historic and sad event has been just right, and I wonder if you could ask one of your guests a question for me."
Oh.
So, well, we'll ask you. Maybe you've got the answer. When Queen Victoria died, the nation and empire paid for the gates and the memorial in front of Buckingham Palace. That's why we have Canada Gate, South Africa Gate, Australia Gate, etc., surrounding it.
I never knew that.
And I wonder if something just as splendid for Queen Elizabeth will be made. My hope is that the new royal yacht will be named after her. Britannia was a very hard-working ship. And, of course, we know that the Queen loved Britannia and was very sad when she was sort of decommissioned. A new royal yacht, Elizabeth.
It was interesting because we didn't know what Britannia was going to be called until she did the naming.
Is that right?
It was kept secret.
Oh.
Apparently it was her decision and it was kept secret.
Yes, because there was a royal yacht in Queen Victoria's time and that was called something else as well. Different name. A royal yacht Elizabeth. Well, don't you think King Charles would want that, actually?
I think that's lovely.
As I say, that would be very nice.
That would be very nice.
The royal yacht Elizabeth.
About time we had another royal yacht.
Blinking well is, isn't it?
Never got rid of the first
no,
one.
Absolutely.
Well, this morning, the wait time to see the Queen lying in state is still 12 hours.
Well, to see how the queue is moving along, our own reporter, Jeff Moody, spent over 14 hours in that queue yesterday, actually being part of it, to see the Queen. This was his journey.
Well, we've been going 9 hours, and the end is in sight. The Palace of Westminster, gleaming in the late sunshine. But apparently we've still got 5 or 6 hours before we actually get there, because we've got to go all the way along the South Bank here, across Lambeth Bridge, and that's when the really tight queuing system starts. Another 4 or 5 hours. We can do this. 12 hours. It's been 12 hours. I have to say that the last couple of hours have been quite tough. That queue here on College Green that snakes round and round and round and round and takes a couple of hours to get through is quite daunting, I must admit. But we're here now. We're at the stage where we have to turn our phones off and we're about to go in. This is what it's all been about. I don't really know how to describe that. There are no words. It was incredible. The stillness in there. The raw emotion, too, was something that really got to me. And there was one moment when you come forward and it's just you and the catafalque. It's just you in your own personal moment with your monarch. That was very special. I'd do that again, just not tonight.
Well, Jeff joins us now looking a bit done in, Jeff, understandably so. But, I mean, it was a very long day for you doing that then, but worth the time.
Looking a bit done in. Thank you very much indeed for that. I do feel done in. I actually had 2 hours sleep last night, but hey, it's the nature of the business. It was the most incredible experience. I really would recommend anyone that gets a chance to do it. It took me 12 hours to get as far as here, and then the rest of the time getting through the final little bit. What everybody says about it is true. The atmosphere is just incredible. You do make friends with everybody around you. There's lots of sort of in-jokes that develop. You get to know people very well over such a large period of time. And the weather was gorgeous as well. And you go past all of these beautiful London landmarks. So you really see London at its best too. But when you get across Lambeth Bridge, you think to yourself, we're nearly there. The mood lifts, everyone's like, yes, 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 we're nearly there. And you go onto College Green and suddenly the barriers are sort of, you know, like this, and you're snaking up and down. And you're doing that for 2 hours. And that's the bit where, you know, everyone's back hurts, everyone's legs hurt, and you think, oh, can we do this? Then you go through the airport security, which is just over there, behind me. And then you're in. And it is the most incredible experience. The stewards are incredible too, because they're it's almost like you run a marathon. They're going, well done, congratulations, you've done it. Yes, well done. They're so positive and so encouraging that it sort of G's you up on that last bit. And then nothing prepares you for when you go into Westminster Hall. It is quite incredible. You know, words do fail me in a way. It's, in a way, not completely. It makes you feel very humble. It's beautifully lit. The stillness in the air is incredible. You know, you've got hundreds of people there, but you can hear a pin drop. It's just the most incredible experience. And then you get that moment with your monarch. you get that one little moment that might only last 5 or 10 seconds when it is just you, and you step forward and it's just you and the coffin, and you get a private moment with your monarch. And that is something that obviously I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Obviously I'll never forget any part of that day, but just that little bit when I sort of stepped forward and bowed and had a few thoughts in my head, that bit is just incredible. And then you come out at the end of it and you're exhausted, but just feeling overwhelmed with it all. It is quite overwhelming. So yes, I'm very glad I did it. They're saying it's about 12 hours to 14 hours at the moment. But as I say, it does go very, very quickly, the first sort of 5 or 6 hours, but then the last couple are a little bit tough. But what an experience, what a day, never forget it.
Interesting to hear that, isn't it, from that perspective, really? I know we've heard it from other people, you know, throughout the viewers and listeners and things, but it's fascinating to hear it from Jeff as well.
Yes, I think when you're a reporter or a TV presenter, you're used to covering certain things as your job. So there's always a sort of distance.
A distance, a barrier.
I think cameramen must feel the same way. There's always a distance because you're doing your job. You've got your job hat on, haven't you? But to go as just an ordinary person and not doing a job, you're just there, as the guards have been saying, to enjoy the moment. Is quite different. Have you noticed that when Prince William was on walkabout yesterday, the guy with the grey beard, who was ahead of him the other day as well, he's obviously one of the police protection officers, he's going slightly ahead and he's saying to people, cameras down, enjoy the moment. Which is quite a firm way of saying we don't want cameras stuck in Prince William's face.
Yeah.
But they've obviously developed this phrase of, you know, put your cameras down for the moment, enjoy the moment.
Yes,
and it's absolutely right.
It's the right way of doing it. It's very odd in this. I remember we covered the 7/7 bombings and things. I was on air for that, and it's you're doing the job, and wasn't. It's not until you get in the car to drive home that you think, let me know.
Yes, that was something.
And there's a lot of similarities in very different ways, but there are some similarities with this. You sort of get in the car after working with Anne for 4 hours and you think, heck, what have we seen? What have we witnessed today? Who have we heard from today? And it's just taking that time, I think. Very lucky, at least we have a long drive home, don't we?
Yes, we both have a long drive home.
Which has an advantage, I think.
Yes. But I found that on the day that the Queen's death was announced and the day after, driving home and noticing that every billboard, every advertising hoarding all the way along the motorway, you know, those enormous advertising hoardings, weren't showing any adverts. They were just showing pictures of Her Majesty. Still walking past the shops yesterday, every restaurant, every estate agent, instead of pictures of houses in their windows, big pictures of Her Majesty. There's an art gallery down the road from where I was yesterday, and they'd put up beautiful paintings and local artist sketches of the Queen.
Yes,
everybody's doing their bit.
I've seen a few of those where people have, you know, sometimes you get them in pubs where people do these like sort of chalky sort of pictures, and someone had put one up. It was a huge thing of the Queen, and perhaps it wasn't the finest rendition, but it was blooming good.
Yeah.
And someone's taken the time to do that and then put it up, and I don't know, there's just something humbling about it, where you just think, yeah, this is part of our nation, which is gone now.
Yes, it really is. Yes, I know. I think it's going to be heartbreaking tomorrow. I don't want to think about it almost, because I know it's going to be heartbreaking. And of course there are, again, in our business, you don't break your heart in front of the camera, do you?
No, try not to. But we do have to.
But who's the famous American newscaster, Walter Cronkite, when he broke the news of JFK's death?
Yeah.
He had to take his
glasses
off and wipe the tear away.
Yeah.
Put his glasses back on again, and what a powerful image that was.
Anyway, it's not that we're not after your sympathy,
and it's not about us.
But it's about explaining somehow how it is, how it works.
Yeah.
It's a weird old business, is this one?
Yes,
but it is a privilege and a pleasure to be able to bring you up to date with everything that is going on, as will continue tomorrow, of course. And preparations for Queen Elizabeth II's state funeral will reach its climax is the wrong word, really, isn't it? But it's that point,
the conclusion.
The conclusion, yeah. Thousands of servicemen and women are, of course, already getting ready to play their part in Queen Elizabeth's final journey.
Well, our Home and Security editor, Mark White, is now reporting on why the role of the military at such a funeral has huge historic significance.
For 7 decades, she was their commander-in-chief. And now her armed forces are preparing to show just how much the late monarch meant to them. Meticulous rehearsals here at RAF Holton in Buckinghamshire and many military bases across the country as these young men and women prepare for what will undoubtedly be the biggest honour of their lives, helping lead the late Queen's funeral procession through the streets of the capital.
Immensely proud, it's a huge honour. Having the world's eyes on what's going on is really a privilege. It's quite a humbling experience that I'm just a small part in this huge tribute to Her Majesty the Queen.
It's something that I won't forget, my children won't forget, their children won't forget. This isn't just about this generation, this will go on for so many generations, and to know that I will be a part of that history, it makes me quite emotional. It does, it kind of gets you, it does.
The monarch's link to the military is profound, as of course they lead the men and women who've sworn to protect them. For the late Queen, the links run deeper still. She was the first royal to become a full-time active member of the armed forces when the then Princess Elizabeth joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service in 1945. Her own husband and other members of her family also served for a time in the forces. The former head of the army, General Lord Dannatt, still remembers the oath he took to serve the Queen on the 28th of August 1969.
It's one of the things I think that sets the armed forces a little bit apart, in that when we join the Royal Navy, the British Army, the Royal Air Force, the first thing we do is swear an oath of allegiance to the sovereign, not to the government, not to the Prime Minister, not to the Secretary of State for Defence.
In recent days, through the streets around Westminster Abbey and Buckingham Palace, as most of the nation slept, many hundreds of military personnel have continued their rehearsals. Marching along the planned route of the funeral procession, everything perfectly timed and choreographed. The pressure to get it right on the day is enormous.
I've got absolutely no doubt that they'll be very, very pleased to have been there and participating on such a momentous occasion.
Over the years, the UK's armed forces have demonstrated just how this nation excels when it comes to these big state occasions. But not since Winston Churchill's death have we seen a full-blown state funeral. Huge pressure then on the shoulders of these young servicemen and women. But it will also be their proudest moment as they escort their Commander-in-Chief, their late Queen, towards her final resting place. Mark White, GB News.
It is going to be an event.
It is.
It's going to be something, and I said this before, it's a bit odd phrase to use, but I think to look forward to celebrate actually everything that is British.
Oh, absolutely.
So
the route that the hearse will then take to get back to Windsor after it's left London is they're not going to go on the motorway. They're going to go on the A roads. And I know somebody, I was just speaking to somebody who's come along that route this morning at about 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock this morning. And apparently it's lined with police vans at the moment, police cars, and 2 hearses.
Ah, yes.
So they've obviously been rehearsing the route, haven't they? They must have been.
But there is always a spare hearse, anyway.
Is there?
Yes, there was for when she was taken from Balmoral. Didn't see it. There was another hearse and an ambulance that were about 10 minutes back.
Yes.
And it's just so in case anything
in
broke
case
down.
of a break
down, then they'll
Dreadful.
zip up to the front.
Yes.
And
I see. So that would be why they would.
And did you know she had that hearse was designed specially for her?
No.
Which is why it had a glass top and light at night.
Yes, it was lit, so,
it was
everybody be able to see it.
Yeah, so it was specially designed.
And did you know that the man who made the coffin, who, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, obviously a very well-known coffin maker, also made the coffin for Freddie Mercury.
Really?
Of Queen. Isn't that nice?
It's quite nice, actually.
Yeah.
All these little facts that come out.
Oh, I know. When you read through enough papers, you get these little tiny facts. Yeah.
Someone's digging them all out. Anyway, talking to someone who knows a lot of little tiny facts, Aidan McGee is here with us. Well, there's nothing about sport that he doesn't know. Morning to you, Aidan.
Morning. I was going to mention the Pope. Remember the Pope-mobile?
Yes.
It was kind of definitely specially adapted, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Made for
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
It didn't stop him getting attacked, though, did it?
No, he got shot, didn't he?
Yeah,
Pope John Paul II.
That's right, 1984, I think it was, yeah. But, sorry, you're going to ask about the Premier League?
Yes, I was. I was going to ask you about tributes that have been paid.
Yeah, we saw some excellent ones on Friday, and the clubs actually made use of the lighting, the fact that there were evening kickoffs, and so they're able to do some light displays and things. That option wasn't available in daylight hours yesterday, but we did see Tottenham and Leicester kicked off yesterday. Ledley King, a former Tottenham player, laid a wreath, as did Emile Heskey. You can see the picture there for the benefit of our radio listeners as well. That's Amanda Stavely, a director at Newcastle United. She laid a wreath along with her Bournemouth counterpart, another board member, Jeff Mostyn. So Manchester City as well, Mick Summerby, a great name from the past, Steve Bull, the former Wolves striker. You can see the pictures of Molyneux there, again for the benefit of our radio listeners. That was Manchester City's 3-0 win at Wolves yesterday, but again, they flew flags at half-mast. I went to QPR yesterday in the Championship. We played Stoke City and drew 0-0. It was interesting there because some clubs did this around the country as well. At 70 minutes, there was a round of applause, a spontaneous round of applause to mark 70 years of Her Majesty on the throne. What was interesting is that Stoke City were defending a corner at the time, and it's a golden rule in football. You don't stop what you're doing at a corner just in case you get caught, but on the blind side. But everybody stopped, including the Stoke City captain, and they had a round of applause in the middle of the pitch throughout the game. So the tributes continued from last night into Friday into yesterday. Today as well, it's interesting because looking at the schedule, Brentford v Arsenal has been brought forward to 12 o'clock from 2 o'clock because of the deployment of the police. And what was interesting was that Leeds against Man United was postponed today at Old Trafford. Now, there's 10,000 police officers on duty tomorrow at the funeral. That includes forces from all over the country, including Greater Manchester. Leeds were due to play at Old Trafford today. Now, when they played each other in February, 1,000 police officers, just under, were required at Elland Road for a 36,000 crowd. So bear in mind that today at Old Trafford it would have been 76,000 crowd. So you're looking at probably 2,000. That's 20% of the overall deployment for what's needed tomorrow at the funeral. That's why these games have been sacrificed, because some things are just more important and the police are needed.
Do you reckon the fans mind or not?
I don't think they do, actually, because, I mean, the only issue here is because we've got a World Cup coming up. It's when we're going to play these games, because as I mentioned yesterday, Crystal Palace Brighton was postponed, and we're looking at that's not going to get played until next year because we've got this World Cup. But it's an abnormal year in terms of the football schedule. You know, this wouldn't normally happen. But when you've got international week, we've got international break coming up, we've got European matches coming up, it's difficult to fit them in. We've got this thing called the World Cup, which is going to last 6 weeks, and because with the Premier League and the Championship being such a global competition now, it's not just England players affected, it's players from all nationalities who will be required. Some of them will go deep into the tournament and be required for longer than maybe a player who goes out in the first round or whatever in the group stage. So this is a nightmare, and this is in terms of scheduling. But you know what? I think fans understand. And it can be seen by the tributes in the last couple of days that some things are just more important.
Yeah. No, it's interesting, isn't it? And I quite like the fact that people are paying their respects in their own ways, whether they're big football fans or not, or whoever it is, that if they can show their respect in their own way, in a way that means something to them, that's really important.
Yeah, I've not seen... I mean, yes, OK, it's a little bit inconvenient. There will be people who maybe a month ago booked their train tickets or whatever. But I think that most of the train companies are honouring any kind of changes most of the time, and they get played when they get played. I mean, it can happen any time of the season anyway. I mean, you know, we get inclement weather around January. We get games postponed. We get games played 3 months later than they should be. So it's not new to football fans. And, I mean, it doesn't even affect domestic supporters either. I mean, you get people coming from overseas now. They've cancelled flights. And let's face it, in the last 2 or 3 years, we've been used to having flights cancelled as well, haven't we? So you just, as a football supporter, as a
take it on the chin.
Yeah, as a consumer of sport, you do take
Yes.
it on the chin. Yeah.
OK. Aidan, thank you very much indeed. What are you going to be doing on Monday, tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I hadn't planned anything. I'm just going to probably go around with my brothers and watch the.
Watch it.
I would have thought. Yeah. I don't have any other plans. I've cleared the diary.
Yeah, the right thing to do. I think Ron says, morning, Ron. My wife and I will be in front of the TV with a full English to watch the Queen laid to rest. That's an interesting. I mean, I'm a bit surprised at that, Rob, but it's not a bad idea.
No, it's a great idea.
You know, there's nothing more English than the Queen, even though it's the Queen of the whole country, of course. But never, you know what I mean.
Yeah, or just stay curled up in bed and watch the whole thing. You know, you can get upset when you're in bed, can't you? Nobody knows.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
That's how I watched Princess Diana's funeral. So,
is it?
Yeah. I was in the States.
Of course,
so
yeah.
just curled up in bed and watched it in the hotel that we were staying at.
What time did that start? Did it start was it?
Can't remember.
It must be around the same timings, I would have thought. Usually 11 o'clock when they do these huge services.
Yeah.
And so that's exactly what it is. In fact, we'll run through the schedule with you in a short while, won't we?
Yeah, we will.
Right now, though, I think we've got the weather.
And it's going to be mostly dry with some scattered showers at times, but a cloudier day than yesterday.
After a chilly start for southwest England, there'll be some bright or sunny spells remaining dry throughout that will become cloudier later this morning and into the afternoon.
Across southeast England, a dry day, some warm sunny spells this morning before cloudier conditions move in later.
A dry Sunday for many in Wales, though there will be the odd shower for northern coasts. The best chance of sunny spells in the south.
Across the Midlands today, it's going to be rather cloudy, though there will be the odd bright or sunny spell, and there are going to be some scattered showers as well, though these are going to stay pretty light.
There'll be scattered showers this morning for North Sea coastal areas of northeastern England. These will spread further inland later on. It'll be mostly cloudy, though, with some sunny spells.
Across Scotland for you today, it's going to be generally cloudy. There may be the odd sunny spell, especially a little bit later on. Scattered showers will affect northern and eastern coasts.
And there will be some showers this morning for Northern Ireland, with these becoming increasingly confined to northern coasts later on. A rather cloudy day, though. There will be some sunny spells.
Well, scattered showers then continuing this afternoon and into this evening, remaining mostly cloudy, especially in the north. And that's your weather today. Just very quickly, I know we're tight for time, I just want to say hello to Diego. Diego, good morning. Nothing nicer than people just saying a nice thing. Hello, good morning. My name is Diego, a viewer of your spectacular television channel. I'm writing to congratulate you for your great work and professionalism and to encourage you to continue. I live in Spain and I use YouTube to watch and enjoy you. Best regards and thanks again. How kind, actually, just to get in touch, Diego, and I think it's worth mentioning just for being kind and nice. Thank you.
It's interesting as well, we were talking about looking at the royal family going through this, reminds you of the fact that they are human beings and they are a family, but it also reminds you of your family. Jackie says, I was looking at Lady Louise. Now, she's 18. That's Sophie and Edward's daughter. And she was standing vigil last night. I was looking at the Lady Louise and I thought of Princess Diana being only 1 year older on her engagement. That brings it home to you, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, she was very young. Very young. You don't think all that would happen again now, would it?
No.
No, not like it did then.
No.
Look, let's have a look through the papers this morning. Broadcaster David Hamilton and political consultant Emma Burnell are here. Good morning to you both. And we're looking at some of the pressures that are going to land on the government after Tuesday. This is in The Observer.
Yeah, absolutely. There is enormous pressure coming onto the Conservative Party. Liz Truss does not seem to be what one would call a lucky politician. There are some politicians who just seem to get everything landing on them at once. And Liz Truss, first of all, had that incredibly long leadership contest. Well, we all kind of knew she was going to win.
We were all mightily fed up with it, weren't we?
We were so fed. So by the time she got in, there wasn't any kind of excitement. It was, oh, thank God that's over. Then, almost immediately, she tried to announce the energy policy, and literally as she was stood up in the Commons talking about it, the news went around the House of Commons that the Queen was very, very unwell. So that, again, has stalled her agenda. But that hasn't stalled all of the things that are causing the crisis, and that's been building up and building up for all of us. So while we are aware in domestic terms, mostly of what's happening, what's about to happen in terms of capping the cost of living, there hasn't been the big row that there's going to be about how that's going to be paid for. And they've also only told business in very vague terms what will be happening for them, and even then only for 6 months. Business have been very unable to plan ahead at all. And while, of course, this is a national moment of mourning, we've also got life, and I think the Queen would have been the first to say, life goes on.
I mean, they're very odd times, aren't they? But you can bet your bottom dollar that, you know, despite everything that's going on, the people who are in charge of all of this will have been working their socks off. And they absolutely must have been, because, you know, even if you look at it purely from political gain, when they do stand up and make statements, they want them to be
robust.
Punchy. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
No, absolutely. Well, and I think they are certainly likely to be punchy. I think there is a big question about the robustness. The Conservative Party are very split on the approach that they are taking, whether Liz Truss's borrowing to cut taxes is going to be certainly not the kind of sound money that has been the Conservative Party's sort of core approach for 30, 40 years. So they are divided on that. There are many open goals for Labour, and there is also just a sense that they've been in power for a long time. So when we get back to normal, I think that the level of opposition to Liz Truss, her government, I don't see her having a very long honeymoon, not with the winter we've got ahead of us.
No. There's got to be action, and it's got to be convincing action,
absolutely.
hasn't it? Got to be fast as well. David, you've been looking at the political pressures, and particularly the pressures over who is and who is not invited to the funeral.
Yes.
What the situation is with China's leaders, for instance.
Yes, the government has been accused of appeasing China by allowing its leaders to attend the Queen's lying in state. Sir Ian Duncan Smith claimed the establishment has leaned on Sir Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker, to admit a Chinese delegation to Westminster Hall. At the same time, Liz Truss is telling Biden, get tough on China. I wonder, actually, who is the establishment? Who is it who would be doing this?
What? Who's doing the leaning?
Well, who is the quote, the establishment who are leaning on Sir Lindsay Hoyle?
Well, this is where I went, because it's not Lindsay Hoyle doesn't have control of Westminster Hall, so it's not up to Lindsay Hoyle.
Well,
which is, according to that, I know, but I don't think that's right.
You don't?
No.
But who would it be? Who would they be leaning on, and who would be doing the leaning?
I don't know. I find all this very disturbing in the sense that we know Putin is wanting to meet up with Xi Jinping. I mean, you know, he's very desperate to make a stronger relationship with China. And so it's in our interests, isn't it, to be diplomatic with China at the moment.
And they did meet, I think, last week, and China were very lukewarm, and they've largely kept out of the war in Ukraine, whereas Russia were very much hoping that they would go.
Yes, they sort of
really
made it. They sort of made it clear that they didn't terribly.
They thought it was a bad idea. Yeah. And while I think it's absolutely right to question the role of China in our economy and in the global economy, the Belt and Road initiative that they've been putting forward has left Chinese fingers in all sorts of pies all around the world, which we now know that when an autocrat with a bad human rights record suddenly decides to do something that is utterly unacceptable outside of their own territory. I would like to make it very clear that China is already doing very unacceptable things in its own territory. Then we don't want to be dependent on them for our economy. That's what we're seeing as a result of us having been so dependent on Russian oil and gas.
But inviting them to a big royal funeral...
It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
So that's it.
It may just be keeping some sort of friends.
We need to separate diplomacy from economy, and that, I think, has been a real issue for many, many years.
It would be pretty frightening, wouldn't it, if Russia and China got together?
Yeah.
I don't think that China can be happy about the way the war is going in Ukraine. They can't give that their approval. I can't see them joining in with that. Could you?
Well, let's hope not.
No,
I hope
we have to pray not.
I hope not.
But that's why, don't you think, somebody, whoever it is, your establishment word, planning the royal funeral is thinking, why not just keep... They say keep your enemies closer, don't they? So maybe, you know, just extend an invitation. It can't do any harm.
No, it's not the same
as long as we can
having them
it.
invest in a nuclear power station.
Who you sit them next to is a completely different thing.
Yeah, it is. David, can we have a look at the King Charles Spaniel
Yes,
in the Sunday Express?
I thought we'd have something lighter for all our doggy lovers. Lots of our viewers, your viewers, love their pets, I know. And members of the King Charles Spaniel Club are the people that are hoping that the new monarch can save the breed that bears its name. Lincolnshire-based club member Catherine Stewart. That's a lovely royal name.
Yes.
Catherine Stewart, really royal ring to it. She says the dogs were named after King Charles II, who kept them as pets. Last year, there were only 91 registered with the Kennel Club.
Really?
They are unique, she says. They are stoic and loyal little dogs. Maybe King Charles can do for the Spaniels what the Queen has done for Corgis. But incidentally, his dogs and Camilla dogs are Jack Russells. And what is lovely is that they have one from Battersea and another one that they found wandering in the woods. Isn't that nice?
Oh,
really?
Isn't that lovely?
They certainly love their dogs, don't they?
Yeah, they
oh, just I mean,
but the King Charles Spaniels are
they're gorgeous. My parents have one,
dogs.
and he is the sweetest tempered, loveliest little thing. They got him as a rescue when he was 4 years old, and he was round as a barrel. This lovely old lady had overfed him, and my mum put him, all of her diet energy went onto the dog, and we take him out for walks all the time. And during COVID, when they were isolating, I took him out for walks for them. And he is the sweetest, sweetest little thing.
The funny
They're
thing
lovely
is,
dogs.
King Charles II actually really did have King Charles Spaniels.
Yeah.
I mean, who came first? Was it his hairdo that came first, or the dogs?
It's a good question.
Imitated whom? Because they are look alike.
A lot of people think they have breathing difficulties because of their pug noses, but apparently they don't. And they are adorable.
They're not very pug-nosed, though, are they?
No, there's not like a Pekingese or something.
No. But that's why a lot of people don't want. But I think maybe now, do you think?
Oh, yes.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
They'll come back into fashion.
Do we
again.
have anyone watching GB News right now who has a King Charles Spaniel? Please get in touch and tell us about them. Maybe send us a photograph. That would be really nice.
That would be lovely.
GBnews at GBnews.
I've got a Cocker Spaniel. I don't know what she's named after.
No, dread to think. Thank
Honestly,
you for that,
David Hamilton, you cannot take him anywhere.
No, we have to
Can't
be
take
able
him
to
anywhere.
laugh.
It's all in your mind.
Oh, well, yeah, that could explain that. Have we got time for another one? Somebody tell me.
Can't believe there are only 91 registered.
Yeah, go on. Let's talk about Leonard Cohen and Hallelujah, his seminal work, people say.
It is his most famous song. I am an enormous Leonard Cohen fan. My first play was, he was the offstage central character in it. I've written songs purely because Leonard Cohen exists in the world. I went to see him when he came out of retirement.
Wow.
At the O2, and he bounded on stage and he said, last time I was here 12 years ago, I was just a 60-year-old kid with a dream. I have just his art, his sense of humour. He was wildly misportrayed as being depressing and moody and lonely.
His music is
but his music is so beautiful and has that beautiful, slightly melancholic, very Jewish sense of humour, which is absolutely runs throughout his art.
When you're a kid learning how to play the guitar, as I was once, he's very easy to play because he's only basically 3 chords.
Yeah,
isn't it?
3 chords and the truth.
Yeah,
absolutely,
that's right.
absolutely.
But his poetry,
so
absolutely
incredibly
beautiful.
And I just
what's this about? He took
10 years for Hallelujah to become a proper, well-known, well-recognised hit. It was rejected by his record company at first.
Oh, you can see they thought, oh no, this is too
religious, too
it'll never catch
downbeat, it'll
on.
never catch on. And then it was actually Shrek, the film Shrek, and there's a new documentary coming out all about his struggles with Hallelujah and the song. And I can't wait. I'm going to be front row.
Aren't you making a record?
I have made a record.
What?
Called No Cure for Love, named after a Leonard Cohen song, which are the songs from the first play that I did. And I'm writing another musical play, which will also have songs based on a modern take on Medusa.
Well, a bit later, when we're over the funeral and the loss, and we're talking about brighter things again, will you come in and sing for us?
I'd love to.
Oh, Lord.
That would be a moment.
Only if we can do back.
Now you're asking.
I could play it on my radio show as well.
Please do.
Hamilton Hotshot.
I will be sending it immediately.
And if it's only based on about 3 chords, I could even join in the guitar in the back.
Well, and if I can sing it, anyone can sing it, I promise.
There you go. On that note, as it were, we'll leave Emma and David for now, but we'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Yeah, in fact, we're going to talk music, aren't we?
We are.
Because on Monday, the Queen will be the first British monarch since King George II, apparently, to have her funeral in Westminster Abbey. Plans are so extensive for the burial of a monarch that aspects of Her late Majesty's funeral were apparently originally devised way back in the 1960s.
So what do they all involve? Well, let's speak to Lieutenant Colonel Graham Jones, who was responsible for helping to plan and coordinate the music for the funeral of the Queen Mother and the Queen's birthday parade. It's very good to talk to you this morning. Thanks for joining us. What is done in terms of the music for an event like this? Is it down to what the Queen would have wanted, or is it down to following some sort of protocol?
Well, first of all, can I just say good morning and thank you for inviting me onto the show. It's great to see everybody. Particularly good to see David Hamilton, because I know David through our great love of Fulham Football Club. So I just thought I'd get that little quote in while I can. You're talking about the protocols of planning. To do all of this, we look at planning, preparation, and delivery. And the planning is the important part, because we're talking about planning years ago. And the planning actually goes right the way back, not to the 1960s, but even before. So that planning will go all the way back to Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria's funeral was in 1901, and Queen Victoria requested that the funeral marches of Beethoven and Chopin were used for her state procession. Now, go forward from there, and it's like a golden thread of history, heritage, and tradition that takes us all the way through from Queen Victoria's funeral. We then go through the 3 kings. Her Majesty's now on the throne, then we have Winston Churchill's funeral, and we're building up all the time. We're developing and creating the structure of these great ceremonial events until we get to the point we are today.
Different sorts of music that's going to be involved. Clearly, there is military marching music that has to be sombre, but have a steady beat to it for the soldiers and everybody taking part. And of course, then there is the more showpiece music that might be due down to soloists in the actual funeral service. And then there's choral music that has to be familiar enough for everybody to join in.
There is, of course. So you have the element of the service at the cathedral. All the music of that particular part of the day is a matter of church and monarchy. And they will have been discussing and they will have planned that. Of course, there's going to be gorgeous choral music and some wonderful hymns. There will be some fanfare trumpeters. So there will be that majestic feel to this funeral service. From there, we get the state procession, which is where my world comes in. And we start looking then at the pomp and ceremony. Now, the pomp and ceremony, as far as music is concerned, is, of course, the funereal marches that are played. And on Monday, we're going to be hearing 3 Beethoven funeral marches. Chopin, again, look at that golden thread of history, heritage, and tradition, back to Queen Victoria. We're also going to be listening to Mendelssohn's funeral march as well. So there's a lot of powerful music there. And that music is all somber music, and it's there to unite a nation in their grief and their mourning for our much beloved late Majesty.
I wish, Lieutenant Colonel, we had longer to talk to you. Hopefully we can get you back either later on today or tomorrow morning or something,
to talk about,
chat through this a bit
because
more.
By then, tomorrow morning, we should have an idea of the order of service as well.
Yeah.
And maybe they will be publishing what music will be played.
Yeah.
So, yes, please come back.
Yeah, thank you
and
very
join
much
us.
indeed for your time this morning.
I look forward to it very much.
Fascinating.
Great stuff.
Yeah,
Thank you.
isn't it? The choice of music is going to be so important.
It is, and again, a piece of history in and of itself. Stay with us, lots more coming up after a look at the weather. And it's going to be mostly dry with some scattered showers at times, but a cloudier day than yesterday.
After a chilly start for southwest England, there'll be some bright or sunny spells remaining dry throughout that will become cloudier later this morning and into the afternoon.
Across southeast England, a dry day, some warm sunny spells this morning before cloudier conditions move in later.
A dry Sunday for many in Wales, though there will be the odd shower for northern coasts. The best chance of sunny spells in the south.
Across the Midlands today, it's going to be rather cloudy, though there will be the odd bright or sunny spell, and there are going to be some scattered showers as well, though these are going to stay pretty light.
There'll be scattered showers this morning for North Sea coastal areas of northeastern England. These will spread further inland later on. It'll be mostly cloudy, though, with some sunny spells.
Across Scotland for you today, it's going to be generally cloudy. There may be the odd sunny spell, especially a little bit later on. Scattered showers will affect northern and eastern coasts.
And there will be some showers this morning for Northern Ireland, with these becoming increasingly confined to northern coasts later on. A rather cloudy day, though. There will be some sunny spells.
Well, scattered showers then continuing this afternoon and into this evening, remaining mostly cloudy, especially in the north. And that's your weather today.
On Monday, we as the United Kingdom gather to mourn, pay tribute and give thanks to Queen Elizabeth II. Here at GB News, we invite you to gather with Anne Diamond, historian David Starkey, and myself, Alastair Stewart, live from Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey and Windsor Castle, all day Monday.
Today marks the last full day that mourners will be able to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth lying in state.
Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, mourners have until 6:30 tomorrow morning to pay their final respects to Queen Elizabeth in Westminster Hall before her coffin makes its way to Westminster Abbey for the state funeral. The current waiting time is now 13 and a half hours if you're joining the back of that queue.
Well, people across the nation today will also be asked to hold a 1-minute silence at 8 o'clock tonight to honour the Queen.
Yesterday, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Sussex and all the Queen's grandchildren observed a 15-minute vigil for their grandmother. Both princes dressed in full military uniform as requested by the King.
But ahead of the funeral on Monday, Prime Minister Liz Truss is busy. She's holding talks with President Joe Biden, as well as other world leaders, before heading to Buckingham Palace for a private audience with King Charles and the Queen.
Well, we'd love to hear from you. There's so many views coming through. Keep them coming. GBviews at gbnews.uk. We're going to run through some of them in just a second. Val, morning to you. I love this. I love bell ringers.
Oh, me too.
Campanologists, aren't they?
Indeed.
There you go.
Yes, they are.
We're a team of bell ringers, says Val, at the Church of St Mary's in Barton, Bedfordshire. Tomorrow, 10 to 11, at 10 for an hour to 11, if you know what I mean. We're going to be ringing, then dashing home to see as much of the service as possible. God bless Elizabeth II.
And Ollie says, morning, Stephen and Anne. I echo other people's comments on your delivery of events as they're happening. Makes you feel that even though you can't be there, you're not alone in all this sadness. Today is 4 years since I buried my husband in France. Tomorrow is my birthday, and the 23rd would have been our golden wedding anniversary. So thank you once again for sharing.
Oh.
Sorry, you're going through it at the moment, aren't you?
You are going through it. You really are, and this must be bringing so much back to you if you didn't have enough to think about. Tony says, throughout your broadcast, I've not heard Sarah Ferguson's name being mentioned. Will she make any appearance during the forthcoming Queen's Memorial Service?
There are rumours she's been invited to the funeral service.
Do you know what you would
I don't
think
see how
so?
she can't be.
I should think so. It would be nice. I think it'd be nice. I've met her a few
Why
times.
not?
She's a perfectly nice lady.
Yeah, I think, and actually the Queen was very fond of her. Prince Philip, not so much, but apparently the Queen was. So,
Yeah.
and her children are absolutely beloved members of the family, aren't they? So
I think they're coming into their own now, aren't they?
they really are, aren't they? They're all grown up, as they say.
Yeah. Well, of course, as you know, the funeral takes place tomorrow morning. It will be the biggest state funeral and biggest security operation ever held in the UK.
Yeah, they reckon that something like tens of billions of people are going to watch the service in what could become the most watched broadcast in history. Our royal reporter Cameron Walker is at Buckingham Palace for us right now to tell us the latest. A very good morning. Looks quite nice and sunny, not too cold, if you're hanging around in a queue at the moment, Cameron.
It's pretty cold, actually, Anne, I'm afraid, although it is very sunny. Here at Buckingham Palace, I walked up the Mall to get to my position here, and there are already people camping out for the funeral procession that's going to be happening tomorrow. It was quite a sight to behold, let me tell you. Her Majesty the Queen continues to lie in state at Westminster Hall. We all saw those wonderful pictures yesterday of Her Majesty's 8 grandchildren standing vigil at her coffin. Prince William and Prince Harry both wearing the Blues and Royals #1 uniform, and the age gap as well between the grandchildren. The oldest, Peter Phillips, 44 years old, and then the youngest, James Viscount 7, just 14. And their dignity and stoicism kind of really shone through there. The queue, as you mentioned a little earlier, Stephen and Anne, 13.5 hours currently if you want to queue to see Her Majesty the Queen lying in state at Westminster Hall. The nearest landmark is Southwark Park, so roughly 6.9 miles away, and that's plus for snaking through the park. But the peak was 25 hours, and that was on Saturday morning, so not quite as long as that. However, meanwhile, 28-year-old man Mohammed Khan from Tower Hamlet has been charged with a public order offence after an incident at the late Queen's coffin in Westminster Hall at about 10 o'clock on Friday night. He will appear at Westminster Magistrates Court tomorrow morning. Now, Liz Truss is expected to have a private audience with His Majesty the King at Buckingham Palace, and then followed by that, the King and the Queen Consort are going to be hosting world leaders and foreign heads of state at Buckingham Palace for a reception. Now, a spokesperson for the King says it's an official state event. Perhaps we'll see other members of the royal family also take part in that a little bit later on today. Now, this evening, the Queen Consort is expected to deliver a televised address paying tributes to Her Majesty the Queen, and she's expected to say the following. It's actually quite moving. She's going to say she's got those wonderful blue eyes that when she smiles, they light up her whole face. I will always remember that smile. That smile is unforgettable, and I think that's an image that's going to stay in all of our minds for a long time to come. And then at 8 o'clock this evening, the whole nation is expected to observe a 1-minute silence to pay tributes to Her Majesty the Queen. And people up and down the country are encouraged to either observe it in their own homes privately, in their streets or on their doorsteps, or at community events up and down the country.
OK, Cameron, thank you. Back to you a little bit later on. Let's talk to, from the young blood, if you like, to the older blood in all of this, former royal correspondent Michael Cole. But honestly, I say that with interest because it's fascinating to see from Cameron who's starting out his career to you who's doing yours, and yet still, even for your career, Michael, this must be one of, if not the biggest royal event you'll have covered.
We are living through days of history. These scenes are entirely unprecedented. I feel, in a way, that we're bidding a final farewell to the 20th century. Here was the Queen, born in 1926, the year of the general strike. The Irish Free State was only 4 years old. The BBC started 4 years earlier.
Good gosh.
It's amazing.
That puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? And there we are. She has lived through these decades and 75 years of devotion. When she was 21, devoted her life. And the morning after she died, last Thursday, I had a letter in the Times, which I concluded by saying that history should know her as Elizabeth the Great. And that sparked a big correspondence, and people are writing in and said, no, Elizabeth the Kind, Elizabeth the Wise. So everybody has their own perspective. And listening to your letters, how interesting that people quite naturally project their own lives onto the royal family, which is a natural thing to do. And I think it's worth saying that those people that we've been seeing, nobody's telling them to go there. Nobody's ordering them to go there. They're not being bussed down there. They're not being regimented. They're not given a flag and told when to wave it. This is not North Korea. This is not a Putin parade in Red Square. The people are going there. And why are they going there? Well, respect, if you want to use a bigger word, affection, and if you want to use the biggest word, love. And that is incredible. I mean, you've watched these scenes. There have only, in the last 200 years, there have been more solar eclipses than there have been more funerals of a British monarch, a serving monarch. So that's how rare it is. There have only been 7 royal funerals.
Well, her long life made it rare as well.
Indeed. I wrote my first royal story for a local newspaper when I was 19, and that was 1962. So the Queen was 10 years into her reign. Nobody knew how long it would go on. So obviously I've observed it all and reported it and been around the world with her, from Kathmandu to the frozen north of Canada to the South Island of New Zealand and all the stops in between. And throughout that time, she's been the very same person, talking about the blue eyes and everything, the encouraging smile, the kindness with which she greets people. I mean, what is the essence of good manners? Good manners is making sure that other people, you act and you speak in such a way that other people are never uneasy or unsure of themselves.
Which must be extremely difficult to do when you're the Queen.
Amazing, amazing. Well, you know, when the dreadful experience when the man broke into to Buckingham Palace, Mr. Fagin, and sat on her bed and everything, and she talked to him. Afterwards, her maid said to her, "I don't know how you did that." She said, "Well, of course I've spent my whole life talking to strangers."
That's true.
So she was able to talk him down from the high he was on. But, you know, what is absolutely phenomenal, who's arriving here tomorrow? I mean, or today, the Emperor of Japan, you know, who usually goes around with an entourage. The President Reagan, both the Taoiseach of Ireland and the President of Ireland, all the crowned heads and crown princes of Europe.
Isn't it amazing? There are lots of crowned heads coming, but we're having to research their names quite. They're nowhere near as familiar to us as the Queen is to the world.
Well, I think it was Macron who said, you know, to you, she's your Queen, to me, she's the Queen. You know, I mean, she was. And when you think of how she has been a great inspiration and has not put a foot wrong. There have been a few ups and downs, a few bumps on the road, and we've had to chronicle those because we're journalists and that's what we do. But only the most cynical and most hard-hearted person could ever deny that she has been, as I said, Elizabeth the Great. And I think this send-off will be brilliant. I mean, it's great to have a plan. They had a plan, London Bridge. London Bridge is falling down. But it's one thing having a plan and it's another executing it. And the way it's been executed to date has been brilliant and I think commendable to everybody who's taken part. And everybody wants to. I mean, I want to be here. I want to be here with you sharing what I know because you want to be part of something as momentous as this. And it is incredible. I mean, I was privileged to attend the funeral of Princess Diana, and that was something which will stay with me forever.
I'll bet, heartrending.
To say the atmosphere in Westminster Abbey was emotionally charged, I mean, it doesn't do justice to it. And when we heard the applause outside, and then the applause entered the west door, rolled down the nave, and people were applauding. Well, we don't applaud in church, but they were. But this is something on a different level, and of course it's expectable, it's predictable that somebody of 96 would die, but it's still a shock because it's a constant in most people's lives. I'm one of the very few people, probably the only person you will interview today. I was 8 years old when the Queen came to the throne, and so therefore I've seen her throughout my life, and I also feel, you know, a personal connection with this, as other people do.
Yeah, it is just this most remarkable time. Michael, I know you're going to be back a little bit later on, aren't you?
I'm at your service.
Oh, well.
That's nice to hear.
It's very nice. I never thought growing up Michael Cole would ever say that to me, let me tell you.
It's funny talking about numbers, because I've been fixated by, you know, I wonder how many people are going through Westminster Hall. There are people there clickety-clicking.
I'm sure, no, there'll be an accurate count at the end.
William has got in touch. William, you were obviously
not that one.
No, you never know.
I don't think so.
You never
know. I don't think so. But yes, he says, allowing for pauses, approximately one person per second appears to pass the coffin. That's equal to 500,000 over 5 days. So I'm guessing we're going to be at 600,000 by the end of the period. I think it'll be bigger than that. It's a never-stopping queue.
Be interesting, though. It's an interesting guesstimate, William. Thank you for that.
There are people who study. I know one of my sons did for his physics degree. He did a study of what they call crowd.
Like elasticity and all
yeah,
that
something
sort of
like
thing,
that, yes. It's all, and there are traffic experts who do this, aren't there? Well, how queues form and how they move and everything.
I think there's been a book just been published, hasn't there? The Art of the Queue and what it means to the British psyche. And certainly it's observed. Of course, they had to teach, Cameron had to teach Obama the word queue. He didn't know. I mean, in America, they just said, I'm in line, just get in line. Yeah. So when he came over and he made that intervention in the Brexit, unwise intervention in the Brexit debate, sort of said, Britain's going to be at the back of the queue if you leave Europe. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
I mean, he did intervene. It'd be interesting to see, because Obama and Michelle, the wife, became extremely close to the
They're
Queen.
not coming, apparently.
Is that right?
Well, they say that it's only the living...
Heads of state.
Yes. President.
Heads of state.
They're having a big service in Washington, D.C., where all of the other living presidents will be going.
Well, that National Cathedral in Washington is a magnificent piece of modern Gothic, and it's a great place for ceremonial of that kind. I've been in there many times, and I'm sure they'll give her a great send-off because, you know, America ditched the monarchy in 1776, and ever since they've been sort of hankering after it.
Yes.
Were you a Washington correspondent as well?
From time to time, months.
I thought you were going to say, were you around in 1776?
many years ago, Michael, you showed me the watch you get when you become a BBC special correspondent.
Yes.
Have you still got it?
I haven't, you know. Isn't that a terrible thing to say?
It was a big gold watch, and you showed me on the back, it says BBC special correspondent.
No, it did. And I put it in for a service, the local watchmaker, and when I went back 3 months later, he'd packed up business and disappeared, and I've never been able to find the watch. But I have got quite a nice watch, in comparison to it.
Well, there you go.
There we are. Very sad. I wish I had it back. Originally, when you joined the BBC, they gave you a great onion-shaped stopwatch thing.
So you could do reports?
Yes, well, to time your reports. And as you know, it's 3 words a second.
Yes, it is indeed.
The word elephants is a second. So you could elephants, that's 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You know. So they did give you a watch, but as you say, and Anne remembers quite rightly, I did have a watch. It's gone. Somebody's got it somewhere on their wrist, and it says BBC Special Correspondent on the back. So I'd like it back.
Yes, OK. We'll look on eBay for you.
There you go. What we should get... I've never had anything for working anywhere.
No, never.
Well, apart from a paycheck, obviously. So it's all huge.
They probably don't do it at the BBC anymore. Those were the days. Eh?
Yeah, it's the good old days. Now, it is 17 minutes past 8. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other stories. About 1 million people are expected to visit London today ahead of the funeral tomorrow. Public transport will be under pressure. TfL is running 250 extra rail services. Highways England suspending planned motorway closures as well today.
And a 24-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder and causing grievous bodily harm with intent following the stabbing of 2 police officers in Leicester Square. A male officer was stabbed 3 times in the neck and once in the chest, whilst the female officer was stabbed very badly in the arm. Mohammed Rahman will appear at Wimbledon Magistrates Court tomorrow.
The PM reportedly considering plans to cut taxes for those who live in what they're calling new investment zones. Now, according to The Sun on Sunday, those in these low-tax areas could see personal contributions cut, although no final decision has yet been made. Well, today, the King will hold an audience with the Prime Minister at Buckingham Palace. The King and the Queen will then host various world leaders in an official state event.
And then the Prime Minister will also meet with a number of leaders today ahead of the funeral tomorrow, whilst they're in town, as it were, including the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and, of course, US President Joe Biden. Our reporter Jeff Moody is live for us in Westminster to tell us more. Hello there, Jeff. What's going on then? What else is going on today?
Hello. Well, plenty of security and diplomacy too, as you were saying. 500 world leaders expected to descend on London today and tomorrow. Many of them here already. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is here. President Biden has arrived. Emmanuel Macron is in town shortly. Jacinda Ardern's been here for a couple of days, and they're all going to be descending on Buckingham Palace later today to be hosted by King Charles in a round of diplomacy.
Yes,
there's been huge controversy about the list of world leaders that are coming to the funeral. That an invite has been sent out, as we know, to the Crown Prince Mohammed Al Salman from Saudi Arabia. Now, he was thought to be behind the assassination of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi back in 2018. So a lot of people are saying, well, why has he been invited? And the fiancé of Khashoggi has said that inviting him to the funeral is a stain on the Queen's character. But if you think about it, the Queen's had to meet all sorts of unsavoury characters in her reign. She had to have dinner with all sorts of them. Mugabe, for instance, is the classic example. So the Queen is above the politics. And so it is probably fitting that some of these people do get to come along, because you've got to keep that diplomatic channel going, haven't you? You can't just sort of shut everybody off. I mean, yes, Putin hasn't been invited, and he's already said that Britain is meddling in geopolitics by not inviting him. The whole Chinese thing is very interesting, isn't it? The Chinese delegation, Xi Jinping, was invited. But there's been this tit-for-tat sanctions that's been going on for a number of years now. China, as we know, is rumoured to have detained up to 1 million Uyghurs in Xinjiang, which is in the northwest of China. And as a result, Britain harshly criticised the Chinese government, which never plays well with the Chinese government. As a result of that, there were sanctions imposed from China on certain MPs. The MPs responded by saying they would not allow the Chinese into the House of Commons. The Queen is lying in the Palace of Westminster, part of the House of Commons. So because of that, the Chinese not being able to go in, they've thrown their toys out of the pram in a way, and there's a reason for that. The Chinese are sending Wang Qishan, who is the deputy, the vice president. But there are lots of vice presidents in China, several of them. And Wang Qishan is quite low down that pecking order. They could have sent the Prime Minister, Li Keqiang. He would have been a more appropriate person to send. They haven't. They've sent somebody quite low down the pecking order because, and here's the thing with the Chinese, saving face is the most important thing for the Chinese. Saving face is something that they obsess over, giving and saving face. They don't like losing face in any shape or form. There was a very famous incident a few years ago when George W. Bush was talking to, who was it? It was the Chinese president, Jiang Zemin. There you go, there's the name, Jiang Zemin. And George W. Bush sort of elbowed him out of the way slightly because he was standing in the wrong place. The Chinese hated that, and they will hate the fact that their politicians are not allowed to view the coffin. And that, I think, is why they're sending somebody very low down the pecking order here this weekend.
OK, Jeff, for now, thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly, politically, it's fascinating because all of those world leaders are here for the funeral. But how could you not meet up and sort of discuss things politically that need discussing?
Well, that is, again, I mentioned it yesterday, there's an episode of Yes Minister talking about a prime ministerial funeral in their storyline, but it's all about the diplomacy.
Yeah.
And you know, sadly, these big funerals are a big diplomatic event.
Of course they are, which is why I guess they call it a state funeral. Let's find out more on this. We'll talk to the Deputy Digital Political Editor for the Daily Express, Dan Falvey. Hello there, Dan. Hi. Isn't it fascinating? First of all, I want to see who's sitting next to whom and what you make small talk about if you're a political leader at a royal funeral.
Well, absolutely. Good morning. And I think there'll be plenty of people in Whitehall, plenty of officials who have been working with the palace on this seating plan, who will be just crossing their fingers that everything goes according to plan tomorrow, because it must be a nightmare to work out who do you sit with whom. There's plenty of politics that you need to consider. Do you put the Iranian president, the Iranian ambassador can't probably sit with the Israeli president. You'll have North Korea's meant to be sending their ambassador, along with the South Korean president. You probably want to keep them rather separate and nowhere near each other in the Abbey. So there's going to be plenty of the work that's gone into this seating plan will be extraordinary.
It will be quite something. In the meantime, and back to sort of your actual politics, if you like, that's affecting each and every one of us. Liz Truss is going to be meeting the King again, isn't she? And again, that's such a difficult time for the King, but they are going to have to get back to business.
Yeah, and while we're in a period of mourning, the government can't make any big announcements, which for Liz Truss must be a frustrating time, because she came in, she knew she'd set out what she was going to do as soon as she became Prime Minister. She kept lots of talk about what she was going to do on day one, what she was going to do in her first month in charge, and that's all had to take a bit of a back seat. But don't be thinking that they're doing absolutely nothing behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, Number 10, the Treasury, all the government departments are working incredibly hard, putting together what their plans are for the weeks and the months ahead. And what we're going to see next week, once the funeral is out of the way, we're going to see that unveiled. We're expecting on Friday for a sort of mini budget to be announced, where Liz Truss is going to probably announce tax cuts. They're going to announce more detail on their energy package and exactly who's getting help and how that's all going to be done, particularly for businesses. And that work has been going on behind the scenes, despite the fact that there have been no big announcements made by the government over the past week for the obvious reasons.
Yes, I mean, it's very clear that Number 10, whatever they might want to say, and they obviously want to show the people that they are getting on with vital business, but at the same time, they can't do anything that's going to eclipse what's happening tomorrow. I wonder when we first will see them leaping into action. Tuesday?
I think the slight difficulty the government has got is the morning period actually lasts until 8 a.m. on Tuesday morning. So it's not actually the end of Monday. It actually does go into Tuesday. And I think they'll be very keen to not appear insensitive that at 8:01 they suddenly spring into action. So I think we'll see them slowly ramp it up over the next couple of days. And as I said, Friday is when we're expecting this mini budget to be unveiled. The House of Commons isn't actually properly sitting on Tuesday or Wednesday. On Wednesday, it's going to be lots of MPs swearing an oath to the King, because when they came into Parliament, they swore an oath to the Queen. So they're all getting the chance on Wednesday to swear an oath to the new monarch. It's going to be Friday before we see suddenly the government really putting in those big announcements.
Yeah. No. Well. Yeah. The timing of this is going to be. It's all about the optics, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. I just want to mention this because Annette's been in touch. Oh, Annette. She says, my husband of 61 years died on the 1st of September.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Last year, we received a card from the Queen on the occasion of our diamond anniversary. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth died exactly 1 week after my husband. My loss of the man I had known since we were both in junior school in the mid-1940s is immeasurable, but I've been helped so much by the national mourning as I know I'm not alone in my loss. Oh,
no, you're
Annette.
not. I'm so sorry. God, that's just terrible, what you must be going through. I mean, I think this is a big reminder that we're watching the royals go through this at the moment, and there's no doubt there is very personal pain involved with the family. And actually just with the people in the queue. I think there's real pain there and grief. But yes, it always mirrors what may be happening to you at home yourselves. And, you know, no loss is comparable, is it?
No.
You can't.
No, but honestly, Annette, heart breaks for you. I hope it was 61 very happy years.
OK, we've got another mathematician getting in touch,
oh, here we go.
Hazel, who says there are actually 4 lines passing the coffin. If you look, 2 lines form either side. So if that figure 6,000 is based on 1 passing every second, it may actually be 4 times 4 then. Love and thoughts to you both for constantly, professionally but beautifully covering this sad, moving event. Life changes, but memories stay forever.
So that would put it at 1.2 million.
Yes, already. You see, that's what I think. I think it's going to be in the millions rather than just about 100,000s. But my goodness. And that's just the people who can make it to a queue.
Any more mathematicians and...
and owners of King Charles Spaniels, right?
Oh, yes.
We were talking about King Charles Spaniels. Is that the same as a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel?
Yes.
Yes? Is it?
Yes, because Richard says King Charles Spaniels are different from King Charles Cavalier Spaniels. Well, you might be right, Richard, but not according to Tinternet. Tinternet says the same thing.
And there may be a reason that the breed itself is dying out. Jan says the correct name is Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, and they are fantastic dogs. It's not their breathing that's the problem, it's the size of their skulls. Due to the breed's distinctive head shape, it's estimated that 95 to 99% of Cavalier King Charles Spaniels have a condition which is a sort of malformation. And it's a mismatch in size between the brain and the skull. And you're not the only person pointing this out. It's a casualty of breeding, which the Kennel Club should be addressing. Very interesting. Nevertheless, if you've got one, they are beautiful dogs.
They are beautiful.
So
well,
you still love them to bits.
I have no danger of that.
What?
My brain is not outgrowing the size of my skull. If only.
You said it.
Yes, it's not happening. Keep your thoughts coming through YouViews at GBNews.uk. Now, as the preparations for the funeral are underway, thousands of servicemen and women are getting ready to play their part in Queen Elizabeth's final journey tomorrow.
Yes, our Home and Security editor Mark White reports on why the role of the military at the funeral has such historic significance.
For 7 decades, she was their commander-in-chief. And now her armed forces are preparing to show just how much the late monarch meant to them. Meticulous rehearsals here at RAF Holton in Buckinghamshire and many military bases across the country as these young men and women prepare for what will undoubtedly be the biggest honour of their lives, helping lead the late Queen's funeral procession through the streets of the capital.
Immensely proud. It's a huge honour. Having the world's eyes on what's going on is really a privilege. It's quite a humbling experience that I'm just a small part in this huge tribute to Her Majesty the Queen.
It's something that I won't forget. My children won't forget. Their children won't forget. This isn't just about this generation. This will go on for so many generations, and to know that I will be a part of that history, it makes me quite emotional. It does. It kind of gets you. It does.
The monarch's link to the military is profound, as of course they lead the men and women who've sworn to protect them. For the late Queen, the links run deeper still. She was the first royal to become a full-time active member of the armed forces, when the then Princess Elizabeth joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service in 1945. Her own husband and other members of her family also served for a time in the forces. The former head of the army, General Lord Dannatt, still remembers the oath he took to serve the Queen on the 28th of August 1969.
It's one of the things I think that sets the armed forces a little bit apart, in that when we join the Royal Navy, the British Army, the Royal Air Force, the first thing we do is swear an oath of allegiance to the sovereign, not to the government, not to the Prime Minister, not to the Secretary of State for Defence.
In recent days, through the streets around Westminster Abbey and Buckingham Palace, as most of the nation slept, many hundreds of military personnel have continued their rehearsals. Marching along the planned routes of the funeral procession, everything perfectly timed and choreographed. The pressure to get it right on the day is enormous.
I've got absolutely no doubt that they'll be very, very pleased to have been there and participating on such a momentous occasion.
Over the years, the UK's armed forces have demonstrated just how this nation excels when it comes to these big state occasions. But not since Winston Churchill's death have we seen a full-blown state funeral. Huge pressure then on the shoulders of these young servicemen and women. But it will also be their proudest moment as they escort their Commander-in-Chief, their late Queen, towards her final resting place. Mark White, GB News.
Fascinating.
It is
rehearsals
fascinating.
in the dark, isn't it?
Yeah, because they do it. They're not just doing it now. They've done it for years. They do it for years, but of course now is the time. It's got to be right. Very good news for you if you are Gordon watching and listening this morning. Gordon, hello to you. Gordon's been in touch. Excellent coverage of the Queen, he says, and delighted to see David Hamilton making contributions. Well, I'm glad somebody is.
We all are.
Of course we are.
Is he one of the family?
He must be. Yes, lots of love from Gordon Hamilton. Anyway, David is here along with political consultant Emma Burnell to take us through the papers this morning. It's good to see you both.
And we're starting with the alleged special relationship between the UK and the US. And of course, President Biden is in the country at the moment. But he's not meeting Liz Truss.
No, they're going to meet at the UN as one of those kind of pass-by meetings that they have on the edge of the UN instead, I believe, on Wednesday. There doesn't seem to have been any reason given. It's not a particularly well understood slight, but there are a lot of contentious issues between particularly Joe Biden, who has Irish ancestry, very strong concerns and very proud of the role that the Clinton administration played in the Northern Ireland Protocol, the Good Friday Agreement, which he believes, many do, is under threat from the unilateral withdrawal that Liz Truss is threatening over the Article 16 and the various agreements between Brexit and Northern Ireland.
So do you think here Joe Biden has said, no, I'm coming to a royal funeral. I'll see you at the UN on my turf?
Well, partly on my turf, but also, like, if we're going to have a row, let's not have one on the day of the Queen's funeral.
Yeah.
And quite right too.
Well, yes, I think that's fair enough in its own way. David, let's look at the Daily Star Sunday, should we? And a smash and grab by whom?
Is it Daily Star? I thought it was The Sun. Maybe it is Daily
Oh, I don't know. It's Daily Star. It might be The Sun.
Oh, they probably both got it.
We'll find it.
They probably both got it, yeah. Well, the BBC is... this is the headline, BBC in Wimbo smash and grab. And the story is that BBC staff enjoyed some of the best seats at Wimbledon last year as the broadcaster dished out more than 400 tickets to their staff worth £51,000.
Oh.
Wouldn't happen at GB News, would it?
It would not.
No.
No, unfortunately. I mean, presumably this is all down to the BBC because they pay for the rights. So it's part of the deal, presumably.
Yeah. Well, I suppose so. But I mean, we're all paying for that, are we?
Well,
jobs for the boys, isn't it?
Well, I hope that those 400 tickets went to the lower paid stuff. That would be my hope, rather than all the executives. I mean, I'm not saying they did. I'm saying they should.
Quite a few were celebrities.
I mean, the only one I'd be interested in, and sadly, my interest in tennis dropped significantly in the last week because
You're a Federer fan.
Huge Federer fan. I love that. The most graceful, beautiful player. I mean, just extraordinary to watch.
Calm yourself.
No, absolutely beautiful man.
What's it like when you work for the BBC, David?
There's nothing like a bit of BBC bashing, is there?
But do you when you're working for Auntie, do you think this is in effect taxpayers' money and all that, or do you just get on with the job?
Most of my stuff at the BBC was a few years ago.
Oh yeah.
And we were very poorly paid. When I did Top of the Pops, I was paid about £90 for doing the show. And afterwards, I would do a disco at a pub in the Old Kent Road where I got about 3 times as much for working to 200 people. So the BBC, the BBC in those days were very, very careful with their money. This is something that's only happened in recent times. And when Capital Radio opened, that was the first commercial radio station in London, they had stickers on the back of their cars, and if you were a sticker spotter, they would pay for you, they'd fill your tank with petrol. And I remember the BBC saying, we could never do that because we're the BBC, we could never do something like that. So in those days, it really was very tight budget, but now it's all gone crazy, isn't it?
In my day as well, you worked for the BBC to get your training and to learn the job, and then you went into commercial television to earn a bit of money. And that was the way it was absolutely understood. And you knew that if you were working for the BBC, you'd never get paid well.
No.
It's certainly different now.
It was really, in a way, kind of for the honour of working for the BBC, which was, had such a reputation worldwide. But you can't live on an honour, can you really?
No.
Do you need to earn some money?
I only ever got a free seat at Wimbledon when I was working at the BBC because I was doing a lot of radio interviews just before play started. And so I snuck into the centre court and I sat down on what looked like an empty chair and then somebody would come and fill it and I'd move to the next one. And in the end, a steward asked me to leave.
Quite right, too.
Quite right. I watched about half a game, I think, but that's the closest I ever got to a free Wimbledon seat.
I'll tell you what I think people get upset about now, particularly people of my age, is that they feel that, pensioners are now having to pay their licences and they don't feel there are any programmes for them. Radio 2, for example, is, gone younger. They're not catering for an older audience. And I think there is resentment about that, particularly when some of the stars are being paid enormous amounts of money, So I think they've got to be careful.
I have to say, I don't really use the BBC at all now. And you sort of think, well, you're forking out all this money and you're not but it's a tax, isn't it?
I use the iPlayer a lot.
Do you?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
And I think a lot of their dramas are brilliant. But I don't watch it like we used to watch it, You'd watch it.
But I don't think we watch any TV like we used to watch.
We're very different with the way we consume television.
Where we had 3 channels and we just watched those. But
viewing
I think now we
channels
just sort of dip in
viewing
and
habits have changed a lot, haven't they? And people are now watching Netflix and things like that, and of course GBNews.
Well,
I thought I'd get that in.
No, quite right.
I'd like to come back.
Well, I've got 3 apps on the TV now. I've got Netflix, Amazon Prime, and GBNews.
Yeah.
Flip between the 3.
There you are. I think news particularly has absolutely come into its own during this time now, hasn't it?
Well, now that people are allowed to have their opinions heard, which is a new thing.
But I think with the Queen dying, there is an insatiable appetite for news. And can I say that you two have just been absolutely brilliant. I'm not grovelling.
No, you can say that, but you are grovelling.
Well,
we won't do you any good grovelling to us. We're not powerful, are we?
I'll leave it to the viewers because they're...
But can you tell us, David, about cups of tea?
Oh yes,
because this should interest you.
Well, I've got to say, this is another light story. When we were in the green room, Emma said to me, she said, "You are here today to give me gravitas." And I thought that sums it up rather well, doesn't it? So I thought we'd have something light and fluffy, but this could be of use to people. Apparently, 4 cups of tea a day reduce the risk of diabetes. which is something that we certainly don't want.
Which is diabetes type 2.
That'll be type 2, presumably.
Yeah, about 5 million people in Britain have diabetes. And we already knew that tea was beneficial for the...
Well, for everything.
Antioxidants, because anti-inflammatory and anti-carcinogenic as well. But what we found now is that it is actually the polyphenols.
Would you believe it?
It's a good word for you.
Isn't it just?
We've got you by the polyphenols. And the polyphenols it is that reduce the blood glucose level. So all I can say is, cheers.
There you go, chin, chin.
So I'm in such trouble. I came on, I very gently talked about my differences with the system of monarchy, not the individuals. And now I'm not a tea drinker. I'm starting to feel very un-British today.
Very, very un-British.
I'm sorry, I'm having a cappuccino, but very quickly...
You haven't had a cup of tea for years, have you?
No, I haven't. Not ever since I got divorced. It's odd. It's odd that, but but my ex-husband used to drink tea like a fish. Not that fish drink tea, but you know. and I don't know. It was something that I sort of had to be me, not Mrs. Him anymore. And so I sort of gave up drinking tea, which is a very weird thing to do because I used to love a cup of tea.
Yeah.
I love tea.
I've never drunk it.
Oh, I love
Never
tea.
been my thing.
I love tea.
That including the fact that I threw the teapot at him at one point.
It's all right. He might be watching.
No, he does watch.
He does watch. Sorry. I'll tell you what I quite like with these phrases that we use. You see, my grandma once talked about someone. She said, "Oh, she smokes like a fish."
and drinks like a chimney.
Drinks like a kipper.
Isn't it funny, these little phrases, you never quite forget. They absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Aren't these sort of malapropisms?
More whatevers than you can shake a stick at.
Yes.
I love that phrase, but what does it mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you ever... It's like close but no cigar.
Yes.
And all that sort of thing.
Who first said that, close but no cigar?
Well, it's from fairgrounds, where the prize, if you sort of knocked a coconut off or something, you'd win a cigar.
Ah, right.
So you're close but no cigar.
There you go.
But aren't they malapropisms?
Some of them are.
Is it George Bernard Shaw who wrote Mrs. Malaprop? Is it Shaw?
No, it's not Shaw, and I can't remember who it is. But
there was a character
National
in the play.
recently had an update of the play this summer. They're called Jack Absolute Flies Again, and Mrs. Malaprop was in it doing some wonderful, played by Carolyn Quentin.
Yeah,
doing some absolutely marvellous.
Because Mrs. Malaprop was the character who got everything, all of her sayings wrong.
You see what I mean about gravitas?
Well, yes, exactly.
He's got it.
I feel very uneducated.
Uneducated.
Well, it's taught me a lesson.
Edificated.
I'm just unedifying.
I know there was a sitcom in the 60s that had someone who did a lot of malaprops-isms. I think he wanted to radish me. And all that sort of thing.
Oh, wonderful.
Perfect.
All that sort of thing. Anyway, if you've got any nice little cute phrases and things, just to give us a bit of a smile this morning, and why not? There's no reason why we
Do you
can't
have a member of the
smile.
family who lets you down by uttering a malapropism? They're very good, some of them.
Yes. I remember someone saying, "Oh, he must take his antibioticals," and all that sort of. I love it. I love all that.
My
sort of
brother
stuff.
used to say park arc instead of car park.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Let us know.
It was a Sheridan play, The Rivals.
There you go. Thank
I studied
you.
that at school.
Oh, David, I feel right thick and common next to these two. I don't know about you. Don't know what any of these things are. Anyway, look, it's good to see you both this one. Thank you very much indeed. You brought us a little smile, which is just what we need.
Which is what we need, absolutely it is.
8:45, let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines. And today marks the final day of the Queen's lying in state ahead of her funeral tomorrow at Westminster Abbey. Queen Elizabeth's coffin will remain in Westminster Hall for the public to pay their respects to until 6:30 tomorrow morning. There'll be a minute's silence tonight at 8 o'clock.
Now, the Met Police says a 28-year-old man who approached the Queen's coffin in Westminster Hall has now been charged under the Public Order Act. He's Mohammed Khan, and he's going to appear at Westminster Magistrates Court later.
Donald Trump has criticised the FBI, describing the August raid on his Mar-a-Lago estate as a savage witch hunt. Speaking in Ohio, he said they had no shame and no conscience. 11,000 records were gathered. Agents apparently found 100 classified documents.
Well, many people are calling the Queen's funeral tomorrow the biggest security operation the United Kingdom has ever undertaken.
Yeah, it is certainly going to be the largest deployment of officers ever undertaken in London's history to make sure the city is as safe as possible for residents, for visitors and for those involved in the funeral, of course. Let's talk to former Royal Close Protection Officer Simon Morgan. Simon, it's good to see you this morning.
Morning.
And hats off to you, really, because, I mean, that must be the most difficult job, actually, where when you're on duty, I can't imagine what must be going through your brain looking for threats at every single level.
There's lots of things that are going through your brain. You have to process it very quickly. You know, you're fortunate that at that point when you join Royalty Protection, you're already a vastly experienced police officer, so you're used to dealing with people. But then you do magnify that just because of the sheer weight of pressure. And, you know, you are looking for what you expect to see, but you're also looking for what you don't expect to see. And that's where
Gosh,
you
that's
have
a difficult thing. That's looking for something you don't know you're looking for.
Exactly. So, you know, all the experiences that you have as a police officer and then as a protection officer, you put all that together and you assimilate that information extremely quickly to make that decision as to whether this person's a threat or not.
How difficult is it going to be for people, I mean, not only the processions we've seen so far, but tomorrow, because obviously close protection is one thing, but you're going to be reliant on ordinary officers, if you like, to monitor what is going on in the crowds as well, because, I mean, these sort of events are a bit of an open opportunity, aren't they, for those who want to do ill?
Very much so. They do become a magnet to a certain extent. And yes, you are reliant on the wider policing operation. And this is massive. You know, as you've alluded to, it's the biggest policing operation UK police have ever undertaken. Metropolitan Police Service are used to dealing with big events, you know, got previous history for big events. However, this is off the scale. And yes, you are reliant on that police officer who's going to be standing at that barrier for several hours, talking to that crowd, listening to what they're saying, listening to what they're not saying.
Oh, really? They are. So you're chattering away, but there is somebody, the police are listening to you.
As police officers, you're great communicators. You know, as a protection officer, you have a very hard skill set, firearms, driving, medical and so on. But your greatest ability is that to communicate. And police officers are very good at that. So they'll be listening to, like I say, what people are saying, but sometimes what they're not saying.
It's interesting because the man who we've just read out, who is actually appearing in Magistrates Court because he threw himself at the coffin.
Yes.
And nobody really knows what he was intending. But people later who had been standing with him in the queue said it was odd that he was on his own, because by the time we got to the end of an 11-hour queue, most people had made friends with others around them. Yeah. He was a loner.
Very much so, and he didn't interact. You know, and those are warning signals. Why isn't that person interacting? You know, have they come to do you harm, or do they not understand the magnitude of the event? You know, I've said before that, you know, sometimes when you're working a crowd, you certainly outside of this occasion, normally very happy crowd who want to be there, and lots of people are smiling and waving flags, but an individual may not be. Now, is that individual there to do you harm, or are they blind and don't understand?
Yeah, or deaf.
Or deaf. So an overreaction.
But it's interesting because, I mean, on that level, we need the crowd themselves to be vigilant, because what we don't want to do is be ultra suspicious of everyone who may just be a little bit different to others.
Absolutely, because you'll burn yourself out for starters. You know, if everything is a threat, if that threat is around the corner, and you've very much almost got the meerkat syndrome, as we used to say, whereby you look at everything, you will burn yourself out. So you've got to be very, very controlled in what you're looking at.
How reliant are the royals that you've dealt with, and I don't expect you to name names, but I mean, how much do they put themselves in your hands? Are they vigilant as well, or do they have to just let go and let their team deal with what is happening?
It's a bit of a balance, because obviously they've had it all their lives, so they understand protection. You know, what you're affording them is a security bubble that they can work in to do their job, and that element of trust is really important. They are trusting you to do your job, because when you strip it all back, what are you there to do? You're there to preserve life, and they have to trust that you're going to do that. So yes, there is a rapport with your principals, and they do value what you do.
I just think we're thinking of the processional route tomorrow that will happen after the funeral service. Well, actually before as well, but the longer route is later after the service. All of those policemen, and presumably some of them will be plain clothes, we won't know who are policemen and who aren't, are looking they're looking away from what's happening. So this amazing spectacle that we're all looking at is happening behind them. They've got to turn their backs on that and look in the crowd. That's a difficult job to do.
It is, because lots of people will say, well, what was it like for you on the day? And in reality, you must really say, well, that was my job. It's not until the cold light of day, maybe many days later, that you think, well, actually, I did play my part in that.
And a very important part.
But I wasn't absorbed in it like other people were, because you've got to stay professional and focused.
I was just going to say, it's very hard, isn't it, when there's always this talk about armed police officers and what have you, and some people say everyone should be armed and all the rest of it. It's a huge responsibility being an armed officer, isn't it? Because it's not just what you may have to do, and let's hope you never do, but it's also the repercussions if you do ever have to fire a shot. Then the repercussions on an armed police officer are absolutely immense.
They are life-changing, you know. And if we go back earlier into the week when the King's car was coming down the A40 and somebody run through the traffic to take a picture. Now, in that split second, a firearms officer has got to make a decision as to whether this is, you know, a threat or indeed, in this occasion, just somebody taking a picture. But, you know, when you are a firearms officer, you certainly don't want somebody else's stupidity to be part of your decision-making process. You have enough to consider in a split second as it is.
When, I mean, clearly yesterday, King Charles and Prince William decided who rang the other up and said, there are people queuing so ardently at the moment, I think we should go down and meet them and press the flesh. And they obviously took that decision. You feel that they must have taken it after looking at the queues on the television or something. And they went down there. At some point, both of them must have said to their security people, we're going to go and we're just going to meet the people in the queue. What nightmare is that for their police protection officers?
Massively, you know, but you are used to it. You know, the Prince of Wales, as he was then, and the King, and now the Prince of Wales, are used to this. That, you know, they're gonna go and meet people. You accept that. You've got to facilitate that.
You haven't had a chance to go and look at the queue first, have you?
No. So this is the part now that you rely on other police officers that are there. What does that crowd look like? And you work exceptionally hard for that 10, 15, 20 minutes until your principals are back in the car.
Do you get to say ever, no, actually, no, sir, we cannot do this?
Well, you have to have that, and they have to trust you that at that point when you say, no, we can't do it, or indeed, excuse me, sir, we now have to leave, they have to trust you implicitly that you're making the right decision. And that has been seen in some instances in the past. So that's the rapport that you build up constantly.
Do you know what, Sam? It's fascinating talk. I could talk to you all morning. But sadly, we've run out of time.
Very clearly, this monarchy is going to be touchy-feely, isn't it? King Charles has already made it clear this is the monarchy of the walkabout.
It is. It's the same but different. You know, what the Prince of Wales was doing last week, the King will now be doing going forward. The protection teams just have to get on with it.
Well, let's hope there's a lot of people as dedicated and determined as you have been to step up to that plate, because it's a big step to take. Thank you, Simon, very much indeed.
Thank you. Well, ahead of the Queen's funeral tomorrow, various parts of the United Kingdom are preparing special tributes for Her late Majesty.
Yeah, let's head to Northern Ireland and our reporter, Doogie Beattie. Morning, Doogie. What's going to be happening there?
Well, good morning and welcome to the city of Lisburn. It sits on the River Lagan, which flows most of the way through Northern Ireland and out to the sea at Belfast. Well, on the day of the funeral itself, it must be said that there won't be that much going on in Northern Ireland. Areas like this behind me is a covered area for seating, and in front of me is a large screen. These are in most cities throughout the province, and I know that in Belfast the Book of Condolence will still be open until 8 o'clock on Monday night, but they will be streaming the funeral live and what is going on from 10 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And people are welcome to come sit here and, I suppose, gather together and share memories of the late Queen. But the councils, maybe wisely, are deciding that most people will stay at home and stay with their loved ones to watch proceedings as it goes through, and basically to mark history. In and over and around the weekend, there have been various services going on here, remembrance services, services of Thanksgiving, and even sporting events. I mean, I was at the Ulster Motocross Championships yesterday, where it had a 1 minute silence before the event started. And life has continued pretty much as has been all along since the arrival of King Charles on Thursday last week at Hillsborough, where this council actually encompasses Hillsborough itself. But the big news, I suppose, of this week has really been that Michelle O'Neill, the leader of Sinn Féin, has been invited to the funeral, and that is big news in a lot of ways politically. This is the monarch reaching his hand out to Sinn Féin. They are the political wing of the IRA. They are the largest party in the Republic of Ireland and don't have any government there because the party's not big enough. They're in a coalition. And they are also the largest party in Northern Ireland, and they're not in government here because of the protocol and unionist opposition to it. So this is the monarch bringing them onto the world stage and saying, here is your stamp of approval. It mightn't go down too well with the Republic of Ireland, where Sinn Féin are ahead in the polls, and this could cause elections down there, but it is also Sinn Féin recognising that the Crown does hold power. So historical times here in Northern Ireland.
Doogie, thank you. Just a quick word from Nirma this morning. Morning, Nirma says, Dear GB News, thank you so much for your wonderful coverage over the last few days. You've helped so many of us, especially those who are unable to be in London, to feel together in our sorrow and hold hands. I'm proud of you and proud of us all, our darling Queen. God bless her always. Lovely. That's lovely. Thank you very much indeed for getting in touch.
Do stay with us. We'll be bringing you all the very latest in just a couple of moments after the weather.
And it's going to be mostly dry with some scattered showers at times, but a cloudier day than yesterday.
After a chilly start for southwest England, there'll be some bright or sunny spells remaining dry throughout that will become cloudier later this morning and into the afternoon.
Across southeast England, a dry day, some warm sunny spells this morning before cloudier conditions move in later.
A dry Sunday for many in Wales, though there will be the odd shower for northern coasts. The best chance of sunny spells in the south.
Across the Midlands today, it's going to be rather cloudy, though there will be the odd bright or sunny spell, and there are going to be some scattered showers as well, though these are going to stay pretty light.
There'll be scattered showers this morning for North Sea coastal areas of northeastern England. These will spread further inland later on. It'll be mostly cloudy, though, with some sunny spells.
Across Scotland for you today, it's going to be generally cloudy. There may be the odd sunny spell, especially a little bit later on. Scattered showers will affect northern and eastern coasts.
And there will be some showers this morning for Northern Ireland, with these becoming increasingly confined to northern coasts later on. A rather cloudy day, though. There will be some sunny spells.
Well, scattered showers then continuing this afternoon and into this evening, remaining mostly cloudy, especially in the north. And that's your weather today.
On Monday, we, as the United Kingdom, gather to mourn, pay tribute, and give thanks to Queen Elizabeth II. Here at GB News, we invite you to gather with Anne Diamond, historian David Starkey, and myself, Alastair Stewart, live from Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey, and Windsor Castle, all day Monday.
Today marks the last full day mourners will be able to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth as she lies in state.
Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, mourners will have until 6:30 tomorrow morning to pay their final respects to the Queen in Westminster Hall before the coffin makes its way to Westminster Abbey for the state funeral. The current waiting time is now 13.5 hours.
Well, people across the nation will also be asked to hold a 1-minute silence tonight at 8 o'clock to honour the late Queen. And of course, we've been watching, haven't we, the vigil that happened the night before last was held by the Queen's children, and then last night held by the Queen's grandchildren. And very moving it was too. And certainly I think the Queen would be very proud to see such a symbol of continuity when it comes to the monarchy.
Well, ahead of tomorrow's funeral, the Prime Minister will meet the US President. They both head to Buckingham Palace for a world leaders reception hosted by King Charles and the Queen.
Do keep getting in touch. We love to hear from you. Makes us feel less lonely. It really does. gbviews@gbnews.uk. And anyway, you've got a lot to say, and it's all interesting. Thank you very much indeed. Got quite a few tips for the director here.
Oh, right.
Please do more split screens so we can continue watching inside Westminster Hall.
Oh, it'd be nice to do. Not that easy to do sometimes. Anyway, what else have we got? Oh, here we go. This we're talking about King Charles Spaniels. And we've had lots of emails actually saying there really is a difference between a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel and a King Charles, which is smaller and has a shorter nose. And loads who actually got in touch saying that, so we need to sort that out. Bob says, our King Charles Daisy is keeping me company watching the programme this morning.
Anna says, will you be showing the actual funeral service itself tomorrow, or is it commentary only? No, we'll be showing it. I do hope you'll be able to televise the funeral because I don't want to watch any other channel. No, it's on GB News. Also, in your magnificent photo montage of Her late Majesty, there's one especially stunning picture I've never seen before. She's wearing what looks like a navy blue or black jacket with a white blouse. And I think it's shortly after the shot of her seated at a desk with a corgi. We'll have another look at it for you.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't spotted that one.
No.
Tom says only one question needs to be answered. Would the Queen uninvite certain leaders or not?
Who?
This is for her, not the politicians. Quite agree.
Well,
Dee,
she'll have had a say, won't she?
Oh, I'm sure. Dee says, good morning. I'd like to say how much I love and respect you both and all of the GB News gang. That's very kind.
Well, they're all working very hard back there.
Over the last week or so, you've all been fantastic in your reporting and inclusion of us, the viewers. Well, that's what we're all about, Dee. A special well done has to go to Cameron, who's been outside Windsor and Buckingham
People are
Palace
falling in love with
continually.
Cameron.
They are.
We're getting so many. This is ridiculous. All of the emails we're getting about Cameron.
I saw him actually when I was down at the Palace on Tuesday after our show, and I went down there and I said, we're getting loads of emails about you, Cameron. He was very pleased. So he is aware. So there you go. Oh, is he listening now? Oh, we're going to talk to him in a second.
Yes, we are.
Oh, there you go. Well, I think we should drop him
say.
because he's becoming too popular.
Yes, absolutely.
So there you go. I tell you what, we really appreciate, especially because we're only a year old, we really appreciate you liking what we do. And also a lot of people comment on the mix of veterans in this business to the young talent coming through as well, which I think is really nice, actually.
Just exactly who are you implying there?
No, both of us, I was implying. I've been in this business for 30 years, so...
I can outdo that.
Yeah, no, you can outdo it, yeah. Not by much, though, Anne.
Not that much.
Only a couple of years between us.
Thank you for the compliment.
I'm older than I look. Anyway, look, of course, our main news is that the Queen's funeral takes place tomorrow morning in what is going to be the biggest state funeral and security operation ever held in the UK.
It's going to be so huge. Tens of billions of people are expected to watch it on telly, of course. It's going to become, apparently, the world's most watched broadcast in history. Shall we cross to Cameron now?
Let's.
I think so. He's at Buckingham Palace. Hello there, Cameron. Yeah, exactly what is going to happen. What effect is it all having on you, too?
I mean, it's definitely been quite a week, and I think what's really struck me is the sheer number of people who have descended on London to pay their respects to Her Majesty the Queen, but also celebrating the new king, the new monarch, and how excited everybody gets when the members of the royal family do these unexpected walkabouts where they're shaking members of the public's hands and meeting them. I think it's really striking a chord here in central London and indeed Sandringham and Windsor, as we've seen over the last few days. So Her Majesty the Queen continues to lie in state. That queue, as you can see on your screens now, 13.5 miles long at the moment, stretching as far back as Southwark Park. The peak of the queue was about 25 hours. That was on Saturday morning, so it's not quite as long now. But of course, time is ticking to see Her Majesty lie in state, because that queue is going to shut at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning before Her Majesty's funeral. Now, this comes as a 28-year-old man called Mohammed Khan from Tower Hamlets has been charged with a public order offence after an incident at the late Queen's coffin inside Westminster Hall just before 10 o'clock on Friday night. He's going to be appearing at Westminster Magistrates Court tomorrow morning. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, meanwhile, is expected to meet His Majesty the King for a private audience, and then the King and Queen Consort will be hosting world leaders and foreign heads of state at a reception at Buckingham Palace, along with perhaps other members of the royal family. And the Queen, Her Majesty the Queen, was known for her soft powers of diplomacy, kind of boosting British interest abroad, if you like, and around the world. And I think this reception today is a sign that the King is very much intending to follow in his mother's footsteps on that one. The King's official spokesperson actually says it's an official state event. Now, later, the Queen Consort is expected to deliver a televised address where she's going to be paying tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. She's expected to say she's got those wonderful blue eyes. That's when she smiles, they light up her whole face. I will always remember that smile. That smile is unforgettable, and I think that is something, an image that's going to stay in many of our minds for a long time to come. Now, at 8 o'clock tonight, the country is going to observe a 1-minute silence for Her Majesty the Queen, to remember Her Majesty the Queen, and people are being encouraged to observe it privately in their own home, on the streets, on their doorstep, or indeed in a community area, paying tributes to Her Majesty the Queen this evening before her funeral tomorrow.
A nice moment, actually. Cameron, where are you going to be tomorrow?
So tomorrow I'm going to be starting at Abingdon Green, just outside the Palace of Westminster, when Her Majesty the Queen is still going to be inside Westminster Hall. And then for the funeral itself, I'm going to be moving to outside Westminster Abbey. And then I believe I'm going back to the studio to commentate on Her Majesty's coffin moving from Westminster Abbey to Windsor Castle for that committal service, and then, of course, the private burial. So lots of travelling, but a very busy day for all of us, I think, Stephen, tomorrow.
Yeah, well, yes, it will be. But
Everybody's
what a
going
moment.
to be involved in tomorrow's coverage.
What a moment it's going to be. Cameron, thank you. Thanks very much indeed.
I'll be here in the studio covering the funeral. Of course, we've got Eamon and Isabel will be at Buckingham Palace in the morning for early breakfast. I'll be then following that with Alistair during the whole service. And then at the end of the day, it's over to Windsor, and that's where you're going to be.
So I'm going to be at Windsor from noon till 10 o'clock at night.
So we're all doing
our bit. So it's going to be fascinating, actually.
Jackie says, I used to be down in London for the big occasions, but I've been lucky enough to get a cinema seat to watch it in Doncaster, near me. The atmosphere should be poignant because everybody will be standing together for the national anthem, as in olden days.
That's going to be... Actually, I bet that's quite a nice experience.
A lot of cinemas are showing it free.
Which is nice.
It's nice to go and share it with others. That's why they're putting up so many big screens in various places throughout the UK. And if the weather's good enough, you can actually go and then again you can get that queue atmosphere and be with others to watch it.
Look, let's talk to former royal correspondent Michael Cole, someone who's travelled with the royal family for many, many years. Michael.
First of all, I've got to say, Cameron, baptism of fire.
Isn't it,
The
Joss?
boy done good. Never a misplaced word. He's probably doing a lot better than I did at that
What was
age,
your first big live event? Can you remember? Is that going back too far?
I did 3 hours of commentary when Indira Gandhi was assassinated in India. And that was quite something, and that was spectacular, with the immolation at the end, the cremation. Yeah. But nothing compared with this. But I must just say, because your viewers are great, talking about the King Charles Spaniel, of course, that goes back to King Charles II, the Merry Monarch, Nell Gwyn, Great Fire of London, 1666, and all that. And, of course, we're now in... not an Edwardian age, not a Georgian age, not a Victorian age. We're in a Carolean age. And, of course, I'm sure people in America know, but North Carolina and South Carolina named after King Charles II.
Yeah, well, I have to say, I heard this the other day. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, of course not, because we don't think of it in that way. But, of course, history is all around. When you look at Westminster Hall, in that hall, King Charles I, the unvery merry monarch, was tried and convicted and sentenced to death. And, of course, it is a feature of the British Constitution that if the monarch is presented with his own death warrant by the Constitution, he's obliged to sign it. And, of course, just along the way, where the procession will pass, is the banqueting hall. And on a very chilly morning, King Charles I had to step out of a first-floor window onto a scaffold to be executed. And before he stepped out, he said, "Could I have a second shirt?" He said, "I don't want to shiver so that the people think that I'm afraid. I'm not afraid." So he went out, of course, and he was executed. So that's the wonder of the British Constitution and how we do things. So what is going on in that hall today is absolutely wonderful.
It's interesting how it is another piece of history, isn't it? Adding on to that, I mean, the mind-blowing history of that place.
Yeah, but there's a little plaque very near where the Queen's coffin is that says that this is where Thomas More was tried and sentenced.
And of course, Winston Churchill, he lay in state there. And on that occasion, I remember 1/3 people filed by. That was January 1965. And that, 1/3 was precisely the number of troops rescued from the beaches of Dunkirk by Operation Dynamo in the virtually the first week of his wartime premiership. So there is history all around. I was actually a best man at a wedding that day, but obviously we were all aware of it during that wedding reception and afterwards.
Michael, because we've got to squeeze in a hit with Jeff Moody before his camera time runs out. I wonder if we can go to Jeff now, can we? I'm sort of directing from the studio floor. And then we'll come back to you, Michael. Yeah. Because, I mean, obviously Jeff is looking this morning. He's in Westminster. He's been in the queue, actually, overnight and paid his respects to Her Majesty. But, of course, he's also looking at the politics of things today, where King Charles is going to meet the Prime Minister at Buckingham Palace, and then there's going to be various world leaders who are attending this official state event. And so all these meetings, even if it's just a brief hello, have to be carried out, which is going to put a lot of pressure on the King, actually. I mean, I know he has to do it, but it's a lot of pressure on the King. Anyway, following all these events for us is Jeff Moody, and quite a day ahead for King Charles.
Absolutely. He's meeting around 500 world leaders in Buckingham Palace later on today. I mean, we did think that he would have some time off this weekend, some time to grieve on his own in private, but it doesn't look as though that's going to be happening. A baptism of fire as well for Liz Truss, our new Prime Minister, who will be at Buckingham Palace at some point today to greet a lot of those world leaders. And there will be a certain level of diplomacy beginning, sort of starting to grease those wheels and get a relationship going between the King and the new Prime Minister, because, you know, we've got a change at the two top jobs, haven't we, in just over the space of a week. So it'll be a case of sort of introducing themselves to the world leaders and trying to establish those good relationships. We're expecting security to be intense here in London over the next couple of days for obvious reasons. There's been all sorts of controversy, as we were saying earlier on, about who is on the guest list. Crown Prince Salman, Mohammed Al Salman from Saudi Arabia, is the one that's causing most angst because of his alleged involvement in the assassination of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi back in 2018. The fiancé of Jamal Khashoggi has said that the fact that he has been invited is a stain on the Queen's memory. But you have to remember that the Queen, during her reign, met all sorts of unsavoury characters. You know, Robert Mugabe, people of that ilk, and all sorts of leaders. I mean, she welcomed the Emperor of Japan, the one that was emperor during the Second World War a few years ago, and everybody on the Mall turned their backs as the emperor came through into Buckingham Palace. So the monarchy is thoroughly used to meeting characters that they might not necessarily want to meet, but diplomacy involves reaching out and talking to the people that you don't agree with just as much as the people that you do. Obviously, still this controversy around China, the fact that Xi Jinping was invited, but they're told they can't go into the House of Commons because they're banned from the House of Commons over this tit-for-tat sanctions drama that's been played out over the last couple of years, all sort of sparked off by what happened and what is happening still in Xinjiang because of the Uyghurs that have been detained there. So China is sending one of their vice presidents, Wang Qikang, who is actually quite low down the pecking order. So they haven't even sent the Prime Minister, Li Keqiang, who will be the obvious one, or the foreign minister. They've sent one of their vice presidents. They have several. So the Chinese have certainly been offended, as has President Putin, who has said that it's blasphemous that he's not coming this weekend, and accused Britain of meddling in geopolitics. But if you think about it, can you just imagine President Putin walking in close proximity to Her Majesty's coffin, walking through the crowds in London? Can you imagine the reaction from the crowds who are struggling to pay their heating bills, partly as a result of what's been going on in Ukraine? You imagine the reaction he would get. So that would certainly upstage the whole event. So it's certainly good that he is not here, but they don't see it that way. Blasphemous is quite some allegation. You usually talk about blasphemous, and if you say something derogatory about somebody's God or somebody's faith, don't you? So that's a sort of clear sign that President Putin is putting himself right up there amongst the gods. But then we knew that anyway. Security greatly improved everywhere. The police from all around the country here, you see units as you're walking around town. You see units I've seen units from Manchester, Greater Manchester, Northumbria, the whole of the police force from the United Kingdom, all descending on London this weekend to make sure that everything goes off without a hitch.
Jeff, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for that. Michael Cole still here in the studio. I mean, it is, when we look at the ceremonial tomorrow, I mean, it's quite remarkable, actually, what we're going to see, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's been no international gathering like this since the Congress of Vienna after Waterloo and the defeat of Napoleon, or the Peace Congress at Versailles in 1919. The General Assembly of the United Nations is knocked into a cocked hat here. And the interesting thing is everybody wants to be here. They want to bear witness. That is extraordinary. And the efforts they are making, and foregoing certain aspects of protocol, not having their motorcades, not having number one appearance wherever they go. Everybody is in line, including the American president.
Yeah.
There's only one person important on Monday, and that's the late Her Majesty the Queen.
We are told that the Queen filled out a diary every day, and it was locked away, I don't know, in a safe or a drawer. Will we ever get to read her diary?
Interesting. I don't think so, but she did keep a diary. She definitely did. And when your excellent reporter was talking about who's being vetoed and everything, I mean, I do know that when there were banquets at Buckingham Palace, the Duke of Edinburgh had a big blue pencil, and if he didn't like anybody, he cast them off.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, he went through the list, and no, not him, not her. No, that did happen. So, but listen, funerals, time for reconciliation, mending fences. And, of course, nobody is going to be so gross as to enter into negotiations. But soft diplomacy, if you're soft power, the Queen was an expert at exercising soft power.
You were at Princess Diana's funeral.
Yes.
You must have got there quite early, because everybody does, doesn't matter how important you are. You must have been looking at the seating arrangements there. And what was the small talk like between world leaders?
I was almost speechless, to be honest with you. The only way I could get through that was I was sitting at the back of the choir, but I had a good view of everybody who was there and the coffin, and there'd been a beautiful floral arrangement from her sons on the top of the coffin, but a stray pink carnation had been thrown and was lodged in that bouquet, in that wreath. And the only way I could get through it was just to look at that and just keep looking at that. And when it was over, I mean, the atmosphere was incredible. And it was just such a relief to walk down the nave towards the west door and feel a cool breeze, because it was so charged. I can't tell you when her brother Charles, the new Earl Spencer made his eulogy, a piece of prose which I think will live forever and deserves to live forever. It did.
But you must have been looking at the faces of the royal family there as well.
Well, of course, during that very controversial eulogy, there was indirect criticism, direct criticism, and also mentions of the princes William and Harry, their blood family, and so on and so forth. Because, you know, Princess Diana went into that marriage. She was only 19 when she was engaged. She was married at 20. She went out in with the best of intentions. She was within the royal family for 15 years. Not many of the years were terribly happy. It was all very, very sad. And it's quite interesting because you're talking about Queen Camilla, the Queen Consort, who will be Queen Camilla. Of course, you realise that she will be crowned at the coronation, sitting next to her husband. When he is crowned and anointed with holy oil, she becomes the Queen. And that's how far we've come, because I remember, by complete chance, I was at the Royal Windsor Horse Show with my wife, must have been 1995, and Camilla Parker Bowles, as she then was such a persona non grata. She wasn't even allowed to come near the Queen, but she was invited to a reception after the show, which we also went into. And we went into this marquee, and there was this person standing there. I mean, I'm not exaggerating to say that she was shaking in her... and it was Camilla. She said, am I in the right position? Would it be all right if I stood here? And I thought... it wasn't for me to say where you should stand. I said, of course you are, just stand with us. And she was very, very nervous. And of course, when they were married, and I was at Windsor in 2005, it was the coldest day I've ever known in April anywhere, really, and I've been to some cold places. And the marriage was put off for one day because John Paul II, the Pope, died. Yeah. And there was controversy, and people were worried that there would be buns thrown or tomatoes and booing. Of course, the British people are far too polite to do that. And of course, it didn't happen. But Buckingham Palace, who doesn't issue very many official statements, put out a statement saying that after the marriage, she would not become Queen. I mean, that is on the record. Yes. And, of course, the last great gift that Her Majesty gave to her eldest son was when she issued a statement not very long ago saying it was her sincere wish that Camilla become Queen in due course. Well, who is going to deny the sincere wish of the monarch?
Quite right, too.
Well, and I think,
quite right, too.
I think everybody in Britain just thought, well, if it's all right with the Queen...
That's it. You know, 17 years they've been married. People can change. There's nothing...
That's extraordinary. You're talking about her shaking with fear, really, that she was doing the right thing. Absolutely. And then these years later, she is Queen.
This is what is extraordinary.
It is extraordinary.
But, you know, the power, the forgiving nature of the British public and the world public is immense. I mean, from time to time, I know you, Anne, have been in receipt of public sympathy. And it's immense, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes. You feel it, yes.
Don't go anywhere, Michael.
No.
We want to talk to you again. By the way, Professor Simon Davis has been in touch. He was granted freedom of the City of London last year in the 70th reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. He said, by the way, Michael Cole once interviewed me at the Institute of Aquaculture at the University of Stirling in 1983.
Oh, my goodness.
Where was it again?
University of Stirling.
Fantastic. And, of course, now you're a freeman of the City of London. I'm a Cockney. I was born within the sound of Bow Bells, but I'm not a freeman. Now you can drive your sheep over London Bridge for nothing. You know, you've got this right.
There you go, son.
And do you know what they say at the end of the ceremony? When you become a freeman, they say, I wish you joy of it. That's what they say.
Oh,
well, it was mainly given to tradespeople who'd become, glaziers or goldsmiths. And when you became a freeman, you were then able to fully trade and make a few bob.
Interesting.
I wish you joy of it.
Don't go anywhere, Michael. Back to you in a moment.
Yeah. Now, the royal family is often referred to, isn't it, as the firm, with the late Queen Elizabeth at the top of the tree. But will the monarchy continue to remain as important and relevant following the Queen's death?
Well, let's talk to journalist and writer Phil Dampier, who joins us now. Morning to you, Phil. I mean, what do you think we're going to see from this Carolean age?
Good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Anne. And indeed, good morning, Michael, who I've known for many years, doing a great job this morning. But yeah, I'm sure he's going to continue. He's made a fantastic start. I think Prince William's made a fantastic start as well. People want them to succeed. They're rallying round. We saw that yesterday when they were talking to people in the queue. And I think he's going to do a great job. Obviously, he's not going to have a reign anything like the Queen's reign. I very much doubt if he'll make it to his 25, the Silver Jubilee. But he's, as I say, he's had a good start. He's gone to all four corners of the country. And I think the monarchy is in good hands. And when we see William and Kate in particular, I think we can see the future, and it's looking good.
Yes, it's very touchy-feely. You already get that message from King Charles. I mean, he's done so many walkabouts since losing his mother, and yet he's still done the walkabouts. It's very clearly going to be part of his way forward, isn't it? Part of his new agenda, to meet as many people as possible, to show them that he is a human being. We've lost you, Phil.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, we've lost you.
Mind you, I'll ask Michael Cole that.
Walkabouts are not necessarily Charles's forte, but when you see William, is he his mother's son or not? I mean, no rehearsal needed at all. He's straight in there, and he's a natural at it. And people, what was wonderful yesterday, when people were singing "God Save the King," but I also heard, very rarely heard, "God Bless the Prince of Wales." Now, I once heard that sung by a choir of about 30.
Okay, absolutely. It's an actual tune.
There is a song, there is an anthem, God Bless the Prince of Wales. And when they went to Japan, Diana and Charles, we went into the Mitsukoshi, which is like the Harrods of Tokyo, and there were 30 beautiful little Japanese girls. God bless the Prince of Wales. They sang the whole thing, and Prince Charles was really moved by it. Oh, you must hear it. It's never going to be on top of the pops, I can assure you.
It might be with Prince William in that job. You never know.
Prince of Wales has quite a few songs, isn't it? There's the I danced with a girl who danced with... I danced with a man who danced with a girl who danced with the Prince of Wales.
And that, of course, was the Queen's uncle, David, who became Edward VIII and abdicated. He was the glamour boy of the world, you know. There was a wonderful cartoon of him going into Cartier in Rue de la Paix in Paris, and the flappers, you know, in their cloche hats and short skirts say, "Oh, look at him! Isn't he chic? You know, isn't he cute? You know, buying the jewels maybe for them. You know,
who knows?
He was a star, but I think William is a star, and it comes naturally to him. He's got the height, he's got the looks, he's got a beautiful family, and they all seem to be on message and. Happy, you know, what you want to see is a happy family. I mean, I was asked this morning, will Prince Charles be a good king? Well, it's essential that he's a good king.
Yes.
It's essential.
But he can't be a good king if we don't give him our support.
Well, there's plenty of it.
It's a two-way street.
There is plenty of it, and I think he's going to get a lot.
Can we get Phil back?
No, he's gone. Phil's gone.
Oh, what a shame.
Phil's gone, but never mind. Thank heavens you were here to fill in.
I don't know. It's a pardon?
No.
Stay.
Please. Don't go anywhere. Look, stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a look at all the main issues of the day, of course, after a quick look at the weather for you today. And it's going to be mostly dry with some scattered showers at times, but a cloudier day than yesterday.
After a chilly start for southwest England, there'll be some bright or sunny spells, remaining dry throughout, that will become cloudier later this morning and into the afternoon.
Across southeast England, a dry day, some warm sunny spells this morning before cloudier conditions move in later.
A dry Sunday for many in Wales, though there will be the odd shower for northern coasts. The best chance of sunny spells in the south.
Across the Midlands today, it's going to be rather cloudy, though there will be the odd bright or sunny spell, and there are going to be some scattered showers as well, though these are going to stay pretty light.
There'll be scattered showers this morning for North Sea coastal areas of northeastern England. These will spread further inland later on. It'll be mostly cloudy, though, with some sunny spells.
Across Scotland for you today, it's going to be generally cloudy. There may be the odd sunny spell, especially a little bit later on. Scattered showers will affect northern and eastern coasts.
And there will be some showers this morning for Northern Ireland, with these becoming increasingly confined to northern coasts later on. A rather cloudy day, though. There will be some sunny spells.
Well, scattered showers then continuing this afternoon and into this evening, remaining mostly cloudy, especially in the north. And that's your weather today. think it's quite nice that the world of sport, as well, it's carrying on, of course, but the fact that, particularly in football, have been paying their respects to Her Majesty in a way that only they can, really. Aidan McGee is here. We've seen some lovely things, haven't we?
We have. Well, I suppose football was an outlier last week in that it recoiled into itself a little bit and postponed everything, didn't it? I know there were policing implications that we discussed both last week and this week, but I think in some ways they've made up for it. This week we saw some spectacular events on Friday evening, yesterday as well. I mean, a lot of clubs travelled to away games and brought an ex-player with them to lay wreaths. There was, at QPR, for example, where I was, at the 70th minute, there was a spontaneous round of applause, including the players who stopped what they were doing to honour 70 years with Her Majesty spent on the throne. Flags were at half-mast. There will be continued tributes today for the games that are going ahead. Some of them have been a bit in the dust because of the policing implications. But, as I say, I think football's done what it could, albeit it was quite late to the party.
Yeah, no, it's lovely to see a great mass of people again paying tribute. But also, I think, football, if you're not a particularly mad monarchist or whatever, at least being in a football stadium or something gives you that chance to actually be together.
Yes, that is that sense of togetherness, isn't it?
It was interesting the week when Glasgow Rangers or the Champions League clubs were told they couldn't play the national anthem. And so some of them were a bit perturbed by that. So Rangers just took it into their own hands and played it, risked the fine. And then UEFA realised the following day they're probably fighting a losing battle here, and they decided not to fine them. So I think even that kind of the willingness for Rangers to do that is a very kind of pro-royalist, monarchist fan base. They just decided to go ahead and do it regardless, and there were no consequences. I think UEFA made the right decision. But we saw some good football yesterday as well. When we got onto the pitch, some serious problems for Leicester City. At Tottenham, they lost 6-2. Heung-min Son, who is their Tottenham South Korean striker on the bench, not scored all season, left on the bench. The perfect riposte to his manager by coming on and scoring a hat-trick in just 13 minutes. But serious problems for Brendan Rodgers, the former Liverpool manager who's in charge of Leicester.
Leicester's it's having such a bad, from hero to zero, really. It's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's I think in the last 4 years, 9th, 5th and 8th. So there's not much sentiment in football. We won the FA Cup 16 months ago. There's some suggestions he could face a sack today. I mean, I think it would be really insensitive for the club to do anything in the next 48 hours. I think they'd at least leave it until the end of the week. The problem is it's so ominous at this time of the season because the clubs are notorious for dispensing with managers as we go into an international break. So what they tend to do is they wait, so they've got a 10-day window to get rid of the manager. It's all predicated usually on who they've got to replace them because there's not much point sacking someone unless you've got someone to replace them. They also look at the fixtures, Anne, as well. They also look at the fixtures and think, how winnable are these next 6 fixtures? Because if they're easier games, then it makes the appointment of the new manager much easier because if he's got a good run when he comes into it, everyone will say in 6 months' time or 6 weeks' time, oh, yeah, that was a really good decision, to get rid of him. Look, the new guy's done really well.
It's a whole different political world, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
I
don't think that was considered maybe up until 5 years ago, but I remember when Man United changed manager about this time last year with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, the new manager came in and he lost something like 1 out of the first 15 games or something. But then when I sat here with Eamon Holmes on this very desk analysing each fixture, and you say, well, they surely would have won those matches under the previous manager as well. So it's the players that win games most of the time. I think the cult of the manager is a little bit overrated. Most managers are about as good as their budget. And people like Harry Redknapp won't like me saying it, but he was the one who said to me, years ago, Aidan, this is the easiest job in the world if you've got good players.
Yeah, what's the magazine you brought in with you?
Oh, this is the programme at QPR, so I've got, I may have mentioned it once or twice, I've got a column.
Just once or twice, yeah.
In the programme, yeah, that's
right.
You
have a column there.
So that's Dean there. So a few weeks ago, Dean Spencer, one of our...
Oh, he's one of our producers.
Big QPR fan, yeah. Well, that's a picture of us. He took me to hospitality at Watford the other week as a thank you for putting a word in for him getting a job.
So what's the theme of this week's magazine?
It's VAR. It's a bit boring.
What do you write about?
Oh, VAR.
Yeah, VAR.
It's not boring. It's highly controversial.
No, it is. Well, no, it's actually what we discussed here the other week. I was basically saying how... Do you remember when we discussed how we were in the ground and we couldn't see what the referee could see?
Yeah.
And so we were just sitting there.
Yeah,
my
just
friend next
waiting.
to me had to endure 7 minutes of company with me. That's terrible.
Well, bet they never got a word in.
No, they didn't actually. No, I made sure of that. Yeah, but as I say, there's Man United against Leeds has been postponed today just because of the policing. Obviously, Brighton and Crystal Palace went yesterday. Just to give you some context, when Leeds played Man United earlier last year at Elland Road in a 36,000 crowd, 1,000 police were required. That's 10% of what's required tomorrow at the funeral. So it gives you context of what's needed at a football match and what's needed at a funeral. And that's why the policing implications are so important.
And there's certainly noticeable that anywhere you go in London at the moment, there are police from all sorts of different forces.
Yeah, exactly.
You see it on their back. It says police, Hedu, it said for Welsh police. And there were others, Northamptonshire, I saw it.
We've got Nottinghamshire not far from us here.
Yeah, Grace and Manchester.
They're all over, it's amazing.
Grace and Manchester have been redeployed to London as well, yeah.
Which is great in a way, and it's nice that it's sort of a united front in a way, but then you think, what is happening in those areas? There's not a crime spree in Nottinghamshire or something, because people are taking advantage. I mean, you know what some people are.
Do you know that? But there will be factoids on this, won't there? Because there will be so many people watching the television. The national grid will have had to be warned and be prepared for this mass consumption of energy tomorrow, and people are going to be then at all sorts of points. And the national grid have to think of these things as well. Where there's a commercial break or where there's a natural break in events, everybody goes to make a cup of tea and switches the kettle on.
Yeah.
It's things like that, and the national grid have to be warned, and they have to pre-plan all of those moments, don't they?
It's fascinating, isn't it, how it all works.
So the answer is anywhere, or Northamptonshire or Wales, wherever the police come in, hopefully they're banking on everybody staying in and watching.
Actually, tomorrow is going to be a fascinating day. Tomorrow we've got coverage, of course, here on GB News all day.
We're covering the whole service
Absolutely
as well.
Everything.
You won't miss anything.
You won't miss a thing. But Helen, morning to you, Helen, says tomorrow is my husband's 78th birthday, and he's very proud to share it with the funeral of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth the Great. Who was it telling us that they thought Queen Elizabeth the Steadfast?
Steadfast. Yes, we like that.
We liked that one. Michael was saying the Great. One of our guests was saying, I think it should be Steadfast.
Ooh, somebody's fallen over.
Someone's fallen over that idea.
Yeah. Yes, they like that. It was a couple of days ago also, somebody got in touch and said that when they were little, they used to wonder why there were flags out on their birthday.
Oh, yes.
And because his mum used to say to him, it's because it's your birthday. And it was only years later he realised it was the same day as the Queen's birthday. And that's why the flags were out.
Yeah.
So all through his childhood, he believed they were for him.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
He's something like 69 next birthday or 70 or something. So it's the first time ever he won't have the flags out for his birthday. No, excellent. Anne and Bob, morning to you. They say, we've had our King Charles Cavalier for 9 years. She's excellent, intelligent, a lovable, loyal pet called Millie Mills. There you go. We're all regular viewers, including Millie Mills, I hope. So keep up the good work. Well, morning to all three of you.
Yes, absolutely. It will be very interesting to see if the Kennel Club decide to do anything about the breed. Clearly, the breed needs addressing because of health problems. But, it will be a very popular breed, maybe. What did we say that we thought King Charles's favourite dog was at the moment? Jack Russells.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Not Yorkshire Terriers?
No, Jack Russells, I think.
Jack Russells. I can't picture a Jack. I'm not very good on dogs.
They're a bit like Yorkshire Terriers.
Oh, are they?
Only slightly bigger, I think.
Oh, right.
Very intelligent, aren't they, Jack Russells, I think?
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Still not as intelligent.
Jack Russells. They're hunting dogs, really, aren't they?
They are, yes. Indeed.
They're hunting dogs.
Yeah. I had one when I was a kid.
Will there be, or will somebody continue the Corgi line? I don't know. No, the Corgis were the Queens, weren't they? Queen
yeah, so we shall watch with interest. I think maybe the King should have a cat.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
I don't know.
Don't know.
That would be nice, a royal cat.
We'll
I've got a royal. My cat's royal. That's for sure. Aidan, thank you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, it's always good to see you. You always bring a smile to us. It's very nice. We need it.
We need it at the moment, yes.
It is 9:39. Let's bring you up to date with some of the stories today.
Well, today, of course, marks the final day of the Queen's lying in state, ahead of her funeral in Westminster Abbey tomorrow morning. The late monarch's coffin will remain in Westminster Hall for the public to file past until 6:30 in the morning. Tonight at 8, people across the country are being asked to observe a 1-minute silence.
The Metropolitan Police says a 28-year-old man who approached the Queen's coffin at Westminster Hall on Friday has been charged under the Public Order Act. Mohammed Khan will appear at Westminster Magistrates tomorrow.
And former US President Donald Trump has criticised the FBI, describing the August raid on his Mar-a-Lago estate as a savage witch hunt. Speaking in Ohio, the former US president said they had no shame and no conscience. 11,000 records were gathered during the search, with agents apparently finding around 100 classified documents.
Now, it could be anything like half the world's population tuning in to watch the Queen's funeral tomorrow to say that final farewell to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth.
Many people will travel to London, and our reporter Sophie Reaper has been speaking to some of those from the northwest who are going to be making that journey.
Tomorrow, the world will look on as our Queen of 70 years is finally laid to rest. A historical event that will be talked about for generations to come. People from all over the world will travel to London to play even a small part in the day.
It is a train journey, it is a long way. We do know we're going to hit massive crowds when we do get there, but that's just part of it. That's just something, this is bigger than us, so this is something that we do need to go through.
We know there's going to be a lot of people there. We know we might not get anywhere near or may not be able to see anything or any of the processions, but just by being there and being part of it just means a lot to us both.
After the Queen's 70 years of service, for Helen and Karen, travelling from the northwest seems a small sacrifice to make in order to be part of such an important day.
Being down in London means there will be a shared grief with lots of people who we don't know, and that's part of what we're going to do.
And I think that's what's so wonderful about our country as well. And you've seen on the news all week since the Queen's been lying in state about people coming together and strangers becoming friends. And I think just the country coming together.
Of course, not everyone can make the journey down to London, but that doesn't mean they won't be watching.
I was there for the Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee. The atmosphere was fantastic, and it would have just been nice to be able to say goodbye to the Queen as well.
It's going to be a very, very solemn but very great occasion. We've all been watching history unfold the last few days, and this is going to be another part of history. It's something generations will remember.
It will be wonderful and very fitting, and I will personally feel very proud that the eyes of the world are upon London.
After a procession to Westminster Abbey, the funeral itself is expected to have an attendance of around 2,000 guests. And, given the Queen's title as Duke of Lancaster, just one of those guests will be Lancashire's Lord Lieutenant.
I'm looking forward to what will be a momentous state occasion, sombre, reflective, but I'm sure there will be an element of hope for the future running through it as well. That's what the Queen has left us.
A difficult day for the world, but also a day for people from all walks of life to come together and reflect.
I think if we've seen anything over the last few days since the Queen's death, it's been a tremendous sense of unity. People have come together. Even if it's just to stand on the side of the road to watch the hearse and the coffin go by. People have come together. We've shared mourning and shared our respect and affection for the Queen.
Tomorrow, the eyes of the world will be on London, and mouths will say a final goodbye. But our hearts will always remember Queen Elizabeth II. Sophie Reaper, GB News.
Garter uniform, I thought I was kind of...
Now, after 70 years on the throne, the Queen attended hundreds of iconic state dinners, meetings and events with photographers, of course, around her every step of the way to capture what are, of course, moments in history.
Well, yes, of course, because it is reckoned she was the most photographed woman ever, actually. And we're joined by one of the photographers who's been capturing pictures of her and others in the royal family for well over 20 years, I think. Ian Lloyd is with us. Hello there.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, I think she probably was the most photographed woman in the world.
Yeah.
How many photographs have you taken of her in your time?
In my time, I've not done it that recently, I have to say, but certainly from the 80s, 90s, noughties, I've got about 50,000, I think, tucked away.
50,000?
Yeah, not all of them good, but anyway, but the sheer longevity of it, because when she was a little baby living near Hyde Park, the nanny would take her out for a walk and the press would chase her in those days. Not many, but there are lots of pictures in her pram. And so you had a lifetime of it, and you think right the way through to the photographs.
That's interesting, because when she was a baby in a pram, nobody knew that she was in line to the throne.
No, absolutely, but she was the golden hope of the royal family because she was the cute little baby. Even at Windsor, because I've done this book, actually, on the Queen, as a writer, not a photographer, because I wasn't around in the 1920s, but they did, actually, the King and Queen did put her out in a pram on the castle mound so that tourists could see her. And her very first trip out, she was born in Bruton Street in Mayfair. Right.
Yes, I was just thinking at the time, there wouldn't have been a baby for many, many, many years in the royal family.
Well, there was her cousins, but they were, they were the sons of a princess, so they weren't important, but she was a princess. And I mean, at the age of 3, she was on the front of Time magazine. They'd named quite a bit of Antarctica, Princess Elizabeth Land. She was on a stamp in Newfoundland as a 3-year-old, and yet she was the equivalent of Princess Beatrice. She was the daughter of a second son. But her first trip out was to Buckingham Palace because they didn't have much gardens at where she was born. And the general strike was on, 1926. And she was a morale booster. And when she arrived with the nanny, Queen Mary, the Queen's granny, said, "Oh, take the baby out." So the nanny took the baby out to the railings of Buckingham Palace, and the public got this glimpse. So it's a lifetime. That wouldn't have been photographed, particularly in those days, but, you know, a lifetime of public
and people following her and trying to get a good picture.
Yeah.
Interesting. All these things that we sort of didn't realise about her. Sort of, you know, you're very aware of her. I mean, there's a lot of talk of Princess Elizabeth, but obviously from when she made the commitment to the country at 21, we sort of became, or when we look back, that's when we became more familiar with her. But clearly there's a lot more to it.
And photography's changed. I met a man who photographed her in Australia in 1953, and he said with the flash, they used to have this kind of powder in and everything, and he only had one attempt with a flash gun. And he said all he remembers is in the car, as after they're all taking the photograph, is the Queen blowing this sort of flash powder and things off her coat, you know. So it's so
you see, when the bulb exploded, you've got a showering of bits and pieces,
tiny
debris. Charming.
Oh, interesting.
Should we have a look at some of your photographs? For those of you listening on the radio, I'll try and describe it. You've got a young Prince William looking absolutely...
Very handsome Prince William.
About 18 years old, maybe, with Prince Charles, and in the middle, King Charles now, and the Queen there at the front. Where's that?
That's the Braemar Games, which, of course, she missed a couple of weeks ago, which was a sign she wasn't too good. But I was very pleased because you've got the 3 generations.
Yes.
And there is a continuity, because we've seen this week that Prince Charles embodies a lot of what she believed in and so on. And actually, William does. He's a cross between Diana and the Queen. He's got the Queen's formality and belief in tradition and so on, and Diana's interest in modern causes and so on.
And he's got the good-looking Diana genes, really, frankly, hasn't he?
It's a fast...
This is the Order of the Garter at Windsor Castle.
Well, this is the formality, the formal side of the Queen. And when she walked into a room, I mean, her sister, Princess Margaret, said, "When my sister walks into a room, I just think it's an incredible feeling, you know, a great impression." And Prince Philip said of this ceremony, the Garter, where they wear all those medieval robes, he said, "You know, rationally it's ludicrous, but people do seem to like it." And you got the feeling with the Queen that she behaved sort of with formality, because I think she realised if she didn't take it seriously, then why would the rest of us?
We're showing now another... Can we hold on this one? Because this is, again...
Can you go back to that one? The reason...
We're going to go back to it, I hope. But again, you've got the Queen and Prince Philip looking at each other, but from the outer edges of the frame.
Well, these are all scrolling through now.
We're scrolling through.
Well, can I just explain it? Because that's at Ascot. The horses don't go all the way from Windsor Castle to Ascot. They go into a middle of the field in nowhere, middle of Windsor Great Park. They get out the car and they get in the carriage. And the Queen and Philip sat there, and they would always interact. But one thing that Philip did very protectively is he would take his top hat off and he would shove it like that in the middle of the air, because when he thought you'd got enough photographs of the Queen, he protected it. And that's why in that photograph there's a funny black top hat stuck in front of her, but he was very protective of the Queen. And he used to say, "Oh, this damn camera club's here again." Sorry.
Well, no. It's fine. Let's have a look at that one again, if you've got it. There you go.
Oh, that's right. Yes. The top hat's nearly spoiling the photograph, isn't it?
Well, for anybody that was near...
We can't seem to hang on, techie problems, we can't seem to hang on to the photograph.
There's one of him doing a loyal toast. That was his 90th birthday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of course, that loyal toast would have been to the Queen. From now on, loyal toast would be to the King.
Well, Prince Philip used to say that one of the reasons they both lived to a great age was because of all the cumulative loyal toasts over the years.
Wow,
to
they're
their
pickled.
health.
Yes, that's right. Their health is always being celebrated. Well, it's a lovely
that's a nice one of Harry, a young Harry with
Is that the Braemar Games again?
Yeah, that was
that's
following year. Yeah.
Charles and Harry.
That's very sort of early 2000s hair, isn't it? It's like very Rick Astley, that one.
It's a bit.
But, you know, like watching The Lining State, I thought it's great. He's back with the family, and I was wondering what was going through his mind, whether he thinks, I mean, there's two sides now completely. There's private Harry, there's public Harry, and it was so nice.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because private Harry doesn't seem to be very happy.
No, I don't think so. I mean,
which is interesting.
I mean, we've got this autobiography coming up. Penguin have paid 17 million for it. They want their pound of flesh, and they'll want it now.
They won't want it to be saccharine and everything's lovely in the world.
Well, they want. I mean,
they'll want some edgy, newsworthy stuff, won't they? And that's the trouble. It'll be to the cost of the royal family.
I think it might get ditched. You know,
I think it could do. I think he will back. He's back on board with the royal family, and I mean, you know, wearing the uniform and everything. They're trying to bring him in, and they don't want any issue over this funeral. They don't want anybody afterwards. When, you know, in a week's time, we're all sitting there saying what went wrong. You know, Harry, and you don't want any of that. It's got to be perfect to honour the Queen, and I think that. You know, with Harry, I just got this feeling he could dump that book. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be very. He'd win his place back, wouldn't he? In our hearts, if he did that.
Absolutely. I mean, you see the other things, like we've seen David Beckham queuing in that. I mean, if he hadn't queued, that would be controversial.
Yes. The fact that he did has endeared us to him.
Absolutely, and it's little things like that that people remember. I said with the funerals that, you know, the Queen's great-grandfather, Edward VII, his little dog, his Cairn Terrier,
was in part of the funeral procession, yeah.
Caesar, the dog that they all hated, the courtiers, because, you know, he's a nasty little thing. But I mean, but it was the King's dog, and he had a thing saying, "I am the King's dog" round his neck. And people remembered that. You know, at Churchill's funeral, it was the big thing my mum remembers, who's 100 next week, is all the cranes coming down in the Pool of London, which the dockers, you know,
bowing,
did as a sort of gesture.
Even though some of them didn't want to and had to be paid to, apparently. But there you go. Well, I know there's a story behind all of these things often, isn't there? But are you going to be working tomorrow, taking pictures?
Hopefully I'll be doing something. I've got to find out yet what. Everything's quite last minute. It's history in the making, isn't it? Every day something different happens. So I've got to pick up a pass and see and say my farewell. I've got a picture, actually. I was quite pleased. You know, the rolling news, the rolling footage of the lying in state. I found myself, so I've taken a screenshot.
Oh, so you've been through Westminster Hall?
Oh, yeah. That's public, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What was it like as an experience for you, as someone who's, you know, sort of worked with her, you know, even albeit at a distance? To...
Emotionally charged, I think. I mean, I thought that bit, there was a lots of good-natured feeling. There's not been any badness. There was one guy pushed in near me, which was, oof, you know, bad news. But when you got in the hall, just for a second, you were on your own. There was the Queen, and I just bowed and said, "Thank you, Mum," from me, really, for everybody. I think we all feel tremendous thanks for what she's done over the years. And even with photography, if you like, she's been very enduring. She's never lost a temper, like Philip, "Get out, you damn fool." You know? Or Princess Margaret.
And Princess Anne telling everybody to naff off.
Oh, yeah, I know a photographer in the 70s, from the 70s, and it definitely wasn't naff off.
Yeah, no, I can imagine Princess Anne is strong enough to use other words.
Yeah.
But it is lovely. You're quite right. She always smiled for the photographers. And the incredible thing, having once upon a time when I met her, asked a photographer to take. I said, "I'm in the lineup. Please take a picture." And took a picture that I'm immensely proud of. But in it, the Queen looks absolutely thrilled to meet me.
Well, who wouldn't be?
But she didn't know who I was. But she must have been like that to everybody. That must have been the smile. Is one of her gifts.
But her skill was, like, when there was an investiture, she said 3 questions to each person. Now, Elizabeth Taylor got 3, and so did the lollipop lady that served 50 years.
Is that right?
She didn't differentiate. She didn't like celebrity and anybody.
No.
I was there when she met Madonna, and it was so funny. Madonna must have spent, you know, a fortnight deciding what to wear. Absolutely beautifully immaculate. And this guy said, and "This is Madonna who sang, who's Die Another Day," the James Bond, you know. And she sang the what do you call it?
It's a signature tune, or what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
And the Queen just said, "Oh, did you?" and walked away. The next one.
Quite right.
Well,
love it.
Because I met her on the day that Andrew and Fergie, the Duchess of York, had announced their engagement. And the photographers all came up to me and said, "Can you ask her how she feels today? We need a line for tomorrow's paper." And so I said to her, forgive me if I've told you this before, I said to her, "Oh, Your Majesty, you must be so thrilled at the announcement today of Prince Andrew's engagement." And she went, "How nice."
Yes.
And I thought, "Oh, that's not good enough. I better try again." So I said it again. I 3 different ways of saying, "How do you feel, ma'am?" And she just went, "How nice."
Yeah,
how nice.
I know.
No comment.
And I've got this feeling that when you say "how nice," it makes you smile. And I think maybe that was one of her tricks.
That could be one of the tricks, I think. But Ian, it's really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. So many of you getting in touch. Thank you so much. And just to take it off topic slightly. We did ask her about funny phrases.
Yes.
John says the saying was smoke like a trooper, or if you'd had too much beer, drunk as a sack. There you go.
Yeah.
Interesting. And Tash says, my late Irish mother used to say, certificate for certificate.
Oh, certificate.
We tried many times to get her to say it correctly, but gave up, and now we say certificate too.
Oh, we do that. We've got some phrases in our family.
Do you ever rung the DVLA? And, you know, you put on this very nice Welsh gentleman tells you all these things about the DVLA, and he says, your driving certificate.
Certificate?
Certificate. Every time, it drives me crackers.
How about this one, Morning Mick, who's emailed in? As well as mourning the Queen tomorrow, I have another reason for watching. I never met my grandfather because he died 6 years before I was born. But the funeral procession will enable me to make a link with his memory because he was one of the naval cadets who pulled Queen Victoria's gun carriage at her funeral in 1901.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wow. Julie.
Oh, yes, Julie.
Julie, sending all our love to you. She says, we lost our lovely mum a week ago today, who passed away peacefully with her 3 girls holding her hands after a long battle with cancer. I've yet to be able to grieve, but the coverage of the Queen's funeral help us all as a family come to terms with our loss. We've lost 2 queens.
Oh, that's lovely.
Long live the King. Love you both. You're a wonderful duo.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Andy
Julie.
says, my brother and I entered the queue Friday evening at 11 p.m. and queued for 13 and a half hours. We're both in our early 50s, but we keep ourselves fit. But there were older folk in their 60s and even their 70s that also queued. Amazing. Please mention those, because no doubt it's been tough for them, and the police and volunteers were fantastic.
I think it's been, do you know what? I think it's probably been tough for everybody. It's a long old time to be on your feet, all of that, but people have done it and they've gone through and they've said, half the time, do it again. Yeah, really, really worth it. Thank you for all your thoughts this morning. We're going to be back, well, tomorrow, but at different times. You're doing coverage sort of from the morning onwards.
Yeah.
I'm going to be on in the afternoon from Windsor Castle. But we're going to be, GB News will be covering the events all day.
And you don't have to
tomorrow.
switch to any other channel because
We've got everything.
we've got everything, including the funeral service, in full.
Yeah. Well, Michael Portillo and Paul Embry are up next with the political correction. But first, here's a look at the weather. And it's going to be mostly dry with some scattered showers at times, but a cloudier day than yesterday.
After a chilly start for southwest England, there'll be some bright or sunny spells, remaining dry throughout, that will become cloudier later this morning and into the afternoon.
Across southeast England, a dry day, some warm sunny spells this morning before cloudier conditions move in later.
A dry Sunday for many in Wales, though there will be the odd shower for northern coasts. The best chance of sunny spells in the south.
Across the Midlands today, it's going to be rather cloudy, though there will be the odd bright or sunny spell, and there are going to be some scattered showers as well, though these are going to stay pretty light.
There'll be scattered showers this morning for North Sea coastal areas of northeastern England. These will spread further inland later on. It'll be mostly cloudy, though, with some sunny spells.
Across Scotland for you today, it's going to be generally cloudy. There may be the odd sunny spell, especially a little bit later on. Scattered showers will affect northern and eastern coasts.
And there will be some showers this morning for Northern Ireland, with these becoming increasingly confined to northern coasts later on. A rather cloudy day, though. There will be some sunny spells.
Well, scattered showers then continuing this afternoon and into this evening, remaining mostly cloudy, especially in the north. And that's your weather today.
On Monday, we, as the United Kingdom, gather to mourn, pay tribute, and give thanks to Queen Elizabeth II. Here at GB News, we invite you to gather with Anne Diamond, historian David Starkey, and myself, Alastair Stewart, live from Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey, and Windsor Castle, all day Monday.